Okay, let's see if it wants to show up this time around here. Alright, yes. Yes. For some reason, take one, it didn't even show up at all on my desktop version, Deep Studio, and everything. But yeah, hello. Hello. This is Sinister Gambino here with a new stream. And in this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual. Sadly, yet again on a Tuesday in Grand Theft Auto Online. But starting off, for week 11 editions, there's the brand new Cayo Perico Survival. A lot of places just call it like Cayo Perico Survival, like on Rockstar Newswire, and here it's not calling it like Zombie, for example, so I just went with that. However, the main like front like center like image like video thing on the Rockstar Newswire does call about a Cayo Perico zombie survival. So that's to explain why it just simply went Cayo Perico Survival for the title and not Cayo Perico Zombie Survival. Be a brand spanking new survival, pretty cool for the new content additions. Haven't played it yet, but it definitely does seem pretty cool. Seems to have the one like zombie types from the North Yankton survival do return apparently. At least as long as you get to the higher waves anyways. When it comes to wave 1 to 10, it might mostly be like the newer like zombie types basically. So it definitely seems pretty fun in that regard. I did watch the Gilly Master video. It was like some 11-minute video about the new Cayo Perico survival, basically. Seems pretty cool, definitely. And also, I think this update, they made a change, I think, as well with the survivals. Not this particular, like, week, but altogether for Money Fronts DLC at the start of the Money Fronts DLC. Where... What's it called? Yeah, I think you get your... Yes, I think you get your ammo back every time you get, like, from a survival back to free mode. Because you used to have to spend the money you, like, earned for the survival on the ammo, which kind of defeated the purpose of actually, like, doing the survival in a way, because, like, it wouldn't be all that rewarding, like, at all. I think with, like, Money Fronts as a whole, they have changed it, apparently, where any ammo you use will be returned to you as soon as you get the free mode. And then the money you actually earn can actually be used for other things like it should have been probably from like the beginning, which is a nice change. I think it's for all survival types, obviously not just this new one. Also, by the way, I have heard apparently if you have been starting with like just fists and I don't like pick up weapons, I was looking in the comments, and it sounds like if you have that issue, it's probably because you're starting in the menu here and not like directly in the online or something, of course. So I guess that's something that can kind of happen is you can just have your fists and like only the ammo you pick up on the island if you do it for the main menu, as far as I understand, is a thing. So be aware that that is a thing apparently. So if you need like your better weapons, obviously, and you don't want the like huge challenge of that, then make sure you're in actual free mode probably, and then of course you should obviously then have your actual weapons to use. That's something I was That's something I was visualizing. Yes, in the comments, people have been saying on that Guild Master video apparently. And this does seem to be going until September 10th at least. I don't know if there's any word of if it will be vaulted or not, but in traditional Rockstar fashion, it probably would be. So if you want to play this survival, I'd recommend playing it within the first 2 weeks, because it's like it could be vaulting it after the fact. Since there is kind of zombies, so it could kind of have an excuse to vault it. I would say no later than Halloween, probably most likely for this year, or something. It's apparently zombie survival, but released for August, September, which is interesting, I guess. Sounds like it's supposed to be more of like a summer mode rather than a Halloween mode, though. But yeah, they obviously they obviously have like Halloween weather and stuff. But they could obviously also just return to North Yankton survival for what they'll do for Halloween or something. Stuff like that, I could definitely see them doing. Alright, it's been like 5-ish, 6 minutes now. Maybe I should move on from this topic. Trying to think if there's much more to say. I mean, there is a lot more maybe to cover in terms of zombie types and stuff, but obviously, like, that kind of thing would be better off to do in actual free mode, like playing the mode in the first place. So that's the huge new thing of content for the event. There's always another new thing of content, attached to community combat series, kind of, but yeah. Those are just modes. Like, those are just particular, like, creations from, like, other players from, like, way back then, but just featured in, like, a dedicated playlist. That you don't have to use, like, the Rockstar Social Club or something to find. So, like, it's not exactly new content, but in a sense, it's kind of something that's, like, 2 times or something, I believe, at least. But I'll get to that, of course. Besides for that, there is the end of summer GTA money giveaway. Yeah, it's basically going till like the 12-year anniversary of the game, basically. Makes sense, of course. That's a very good cutoff date to have, obviously. And for some reason, they decided to dedicate a whole. For some reason, yes, they did decide to dedicate a whole section to additional money for Plus for this, like, meme menu for whatever reason. I'm sure they could have featured something actually, like, useful there for me, but okay. But again, that should also, of course, be going to that 12-year anniversary date, basically. And these have also went on, I think, in the last event, obviously, since I think my thumbnail, of course, for the previous stream I did would, of course, be the $1 million giveaway thing, I believe. Alright, and then going into basics at GTA Online for the what's new section, outside of the actual main menu itself. Reward claimed. Painted and shaded rune Chebrick drift livery. Okay, cool. That was just simply for completing a drift race for the week, apparently. Didn't say I got the one for the Just RR though, but my one single drift race I did was in the Just RR, I'm pretty sure, so I don't assume you needed to actually own a drift tuning version of it, I believe, and you could probably just use a stock one, I would imagine, of course. So I'm not sure why that's not being considered claimed here, but okay. Okay. But I don't really care, honestly, for drifting that much to really use deliveries, really. So, kind of care less, to be honest, if I somehow didn't get it. Yeah, plus that free vehicle, as a reminder again, is the Pegassi Tourer XO, which is basically the best non-HSW top speed supercar if you're not considering like the 4 HSW supercars. And yeah, you obviously need the nitrogen version for that subscription, so you do have to yes, kind of consider those. some reason they want me to get shark cards. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Conquistadors or something. Yeah, the new zombie type there is armed with muskets apparently. Accuracy's kind of shit on those ones from what I hear though. From the video I watched though. At least until you get the higher rounds anyways, or maybe the accuracy stays shit, but for some reason, like, other zombie types could come and get you, like, staying still or something, and then they could, of course, then become a problem being a still target or something. Panther trainers, apparently, with, of course, Panther, feral pets, splitters, which, yeah, as the name suggests, they do kind of split up. And also giving an example, actually, to another game I've been playing kind of somewhat lately, Lollipop Chainsaw. Actually, the OG one on the Xbox 360, not the new repop one. But either way, I think it applies there too, of course. Just like that Mariska boss, I think, that splits into like 1, 2, 4 and stuff like that. If you played like Lollipop Chainsaw or like the repop version that came out on like PS4 or 5, I think within like the last year or something, it's kind of something like that. During that boss fight where it like splits up into and yeah, that boss fight where it like splits up into like 2 and like 4 and like I don't think it goes past 4 from what I've heard though. Whereas I think the Mariska boss fight in that game, yeah, again, goes up to 8 or something, I think. Yeah. I don't think they've had like zombies split up like that in Red Redemption. Undead Nightmare is not exactly a reference to that, I believe, but yeah. Again, I think it's kind of something similar to that Lollipop Chainsaw thing I was mentioning though. With one of the boss fights in that game. Kind of reminds me of that, basically. And as the name does suggest, it would work something like that. And then there's more zombie types, basically, that are probably new as well, of course. But yeah, again, that'll be more for later, since that's kind of where they cut off on the description. Yeah, make your way to the airstrip. Apparently that's the thing if you just do 10 waves, I think. However, if you do endless waves, I don't necessarily think you have the airstrip to worry about, of course, since obviously then it would be endless, and therefore you would always have an objective until you die, of course. Inevitably, eventually. So it's kind of cool where if you do just 10 waves, there is a like exit with the airstrip. That's a cool gimmick kind of thing to have there. And then yeah, obviously again, like endless waves, of course, wouldn't have that obviously since it's endless. So cool attention to details there, I'd say. And then get 2 times money in RP, yeah. And then for plus member, yeah, for plus members, yes, it is 4 times money in RP instead. Through September 10th, apparently, for 2 event weeks. So if you don't get to this event week, you do still have the next event week. I've kind of been doing like the 2-week thing with the like Cayo Perico Motor Wars, for example. That came out kind of recent as well, and that was like a 2-week kind of thing. Yeah, I think in the Plus subscription, they already like hinted this was coming out basically ahead of time on like this like date of like August 28th. I think it came out initially August 28th, yeah, for the event. They already hinted at that basically, I think, in the Plus subscription for the Terrexo and all that. Like a week or so, a couple weeks or so before. So it's no surprise this eventually came out here, of course, but yeah. Again, at least you get 2 weeks, which is cool. And yeah, for payouts, by the way, since I did watch that video after all, I saw 4 times like 300k, I think, because I think that Gilly Master, I do, yes, think that Gilly Master does play. Tongue twisty as for fun. Yeah, again for payout though. Again, I think that Gilly Master I was watching, since I think he does pay for the plus subscription, I think he did get like 300. I think he got like 300k ish or so, which means on 2 times. I think that was during Endless as well, of course. That would like be like 100, like 60-ish or so, I think, at the high end for 2 times. Which kind of basically just equates to 80-ish K on standard amounts, just for people to be aware, like on standard amounts, basically. Though who knows if you can really play it on standard amounts ever, if they just fault the mode, of course, anyways. But obviously that's what it would be on standard. If 4 times it's like 300-ish, 2 times apparently would be like 160-ish, like up to. And I think it would have been like something like wave 27 or whatever, like 20-ish or something. I don't know if you actually get paid every wave. I assume it caps at some point, like early on in endless waves or something, I would assume. Maybe have something like 15 or where to stop like adding like new gimmicks or something, like for removing like health pickups, like armor pickups, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't doubt that the payout like stops like something like wave 15 on like endless or something. It's not really a mode for money, quite frankly, honestly. Again, a change they made with money fronts where you don't have to pay for the ammo each time, basically. And you can actually use the ammo for like other things now with the money fronts deal, so making that nice change. Yeah, like while that is a good change, it doesn't really change the fact that the money is not the greatest on this mode, which is completely fine. Which, yes, is obviously completely fine, of course. It is meant to be more of a mode of fun rather than a mode of, like, serious money making, so that's definitely completely okay, I would say. I'm just simply explaining the details, of course, is all. So yeah, that's payouts, by the way, for the mode, essentially. Alright, yeah, you can also get I Survived Perico Tea and more. But yeah, apparently even if you don't make it past the initial wave, everybody gets a souvenir for the I Survived Perico Tea just for going into survival at all, basically. Just for simply participating, just dying on wave 1, you can literally get the I Survived Perico Tea, it sounds like. Not really surviving if you don't get past the first wave, I feel, honestly, but apparently that's the thing. Apparently that's the thing, though. Will be delivered within 72 hours of playing, so expect it to take like 3 real-life days. So obviously that would be real-life time, I believe, real time in that case, not in-game, obviously. So yeah, if it doesn't show up right away, it's because you have to wait like 3 days in real life time, basically. You can earn the Buccaneer outfit, apparently, and $100,000 in loot by completing all 10 waves of a survival. Now, it does say yes of a survival. Doesn't really say it has to be the Cayo survival, per se. At least for the money part, it says after that part. I assume the outfit you would have to do the actual Cayo Perico survival, though, but maybe you can do any survival in it. It's just be 10 waves and all that to get the Buccaneer outfit and the 100k. Okay. Okay. Which in that case, I'd probably recommend the nuclear silo survival. That would probably be the easiest one to get through, like 10 waves solo or like at all, really. As I might explain later down the line. Or I can maybe kind of explain it now. But basically, in nuclear silo survival, it is an interior survival, so you have no helicopters, which is good. So you only have juggernauts on that. There's also these like orange doors I think you can like go into, like hallways or something. You can basically just camp in those and just wait for the enemies to go to you if you're willing to be patient and you have like a lot of time or something where you don't have to like do something like 6 8 hours 6 8 hours maybe give or take or something somehow. Say you have to like that much time somehow. Then that's a strat you can do. You could literally just camp in like those corridors for like 6 8 hours, like those hallways. That's how I was able to get like wave 10 solo, I believe, for like tier 4 for you have tier 4 of survival or something for like PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC enhanced only for the career progression, of course. For survival tier 4, which even solo was also able to do like endless waves or something like that as well, which helps as well. However, though, for juggernauts, you do want a stun gun, so you need to own a stun gun, I would say, to make it all that viable and worth doing. Because the stun guns will basically disable the juggernauts, which is the best way to take them out. I think you have to also still kill them, though. It doesn't just purely kill them with the stun gun alone, I think. But if you stun the gun on a juggernaut, you can basically just assault shotgun it to death or something. And literally the only ever gun I pretty much used, I think, like asides for that, I think was literally like a service carbine. And the reason I used service carbine, not the L Strickler, is because I did it before that came out, basically. So just use a really good assault rifle, like assault shotgun in particular, and then stun gun in those like orange door, like corridor, hallway kind of things, basically. Nuclear silo is a good way to get it like wave 10. Even solo if you need to. If you're willing to be very patient and spend like a couple, like several hours or something and do it. You could of course do the same strat with friends. I did that all solo for like 6 8 hours or something one time around. But yeah, obviously doing like randoms or something even. Cause I think as long as one person survives a whole wave, you basically get through anyways, of course. So randoms are fine, obviously. Friends preferably, or like there is an official Rockstar Discord they do plug on their newswire. Obviously, naturally, for something as difficult as a survival. So there's the Rockstar Discord apparently that exists out there. So there is definitely some good ways you could go about doing that if you absolutely needed to. Alright, I think that's kind of everything I can think of there. Starts kind of going on and I'm thinking here, but there's a lot of details to talk, obviously, on this new survival that I can even kind of mention before I go into the survival itself. Alright, and then there's 2 times money and RP on hidden catches, apparently. Where, yeah, you can use your Kasaka sonar, which is also apparently 30% off for the week. Which is a modification, like renovation for it you do when you purchase the Kasaka, like where's that cash and carry. That can help you find up to 10 daily hidden catches, basically, for 2 times money RP. I think it had some kind of initial payout, and I think they boosted it like permanently at some point. I think so. I don't know if it pays out the same, like for a number I would have in my head for each one, but yeah, there is a very finite amount of them, and like only 10 each day. It's only like a couple to few $100,000 if you go out the way to do it, basically each day. Like basically capping you out at like probably like a couple million or something. I would say like absolutely most. And you have to go underwater, like out the way underwater. And yeah, Kasaka sonar does apply to stuff like the Torador and stuff as well, which is good, of course. But yeah, like you're definitely going to be much better off, I think, with other money opportunities, most likely, especially this like new survival, especially with the changes where you don't have to pay for the ammo anymore, like I was saying with the money from DLC. On any survival, not just like new Cayo survival, of course. Cayo Perico survival. You can use this like point of interest feature in the game to make it easier to remember the locations. So you could literally turn on the sonar, or just jot down the 10 locations quick with like point of interest feature, which you do with like on the map. You do like triangle on Xbox for key, whatever key it is on PC. I'm not really sure there, of course. And then you can go on your merry way, basically, to get through, like, more or something, basically. Basically. So, like, you could pretty much be in, like, an air vehicle and use, like, a scuba suit or something if you want to, like, constantly be in, like, if you don't want to constantly be in, like, your Torador or something. If you have that, like, submarine vehicle with, like, the rocket boost, which is easily going to be the best vehicle to use for something like this, of course. Yeah, I think that's kind of all I have to say there, really, for now, anyways. I can think of on top of my head. Aside from that, it's just all the, like, day one details for the bombed, not bombed R bounties, but the money from TLC. Sorry, I had a last summer's update in my head for some reason there. And that's the only time that happened to stream, though, at least. But, yeah. Just the day one contents, basically. Past that. Like per usual, there is a lot of stuff outside of the menus to cover, unfortunately, though, because they want people to actually be in the game, most likely, I guess. For a while, they only featured, like, everything, like, initially when they first started doing, like, the 9th gen version in the first place, until, like, Colonel Enterprise, where they kind of stopped being as detailed with it or something, I think. And hence why I started doing the stream format again, or something. Again, plus subscription still, like, ongoing from before, of course, so nothing new to go over there, of course. That's for obviously what I basically went through with the 4 times, giving you like a couple 100,000 up to, like, if you do good enough in the new survival, which is pretty nice, even if it's not the greatest payoff. Given you have to, I didn't actually say a time that you usually have to spend for like endless ways to get that kind of amount. Gilly Master got like the 300k and like, okay, my DualSense wireless controller battery level got low. My bad. Sorry about that. But yeah. But anyways, like I was saying though, I think I forgot to mention a little detail I was kind of mentioning here, but Gilly Master got 300-ish K for like 2 hours, maybe even possibly closer to 3 hours for the survival, which, yeah, time, that amount of time for that amount of money is kind of pathetic if you think of it that way, though. And yeah, it's just, of course, even 2 times, that would just be 160-ish K for that same amount of time. And again, no money opportunities, 80-ish K for that amount of time, yeah. Again, it's not a mode for money making, it's more a mode of fun, really, if anything, which is completely okay, obviously. I'm just obviously having all these points of discussion that are actually worth having here, whatever. Yeah, I'm at the hands-on car wash, so I can get over to the Hidden Cellar Tours. It cannot directly spawn there, by the way, basically. So yeah, it's not the end of the subscription for this event, it's for next event. Next event will be the last for the current subscription. Apparently, not that I really care since I never really get the subscription myself, but yeah, just to say, basically. Oh yeah, okay, that's a stash house, okay. I'll do that, I guess, right now, then. I need to refresh my desktop version to studio, and desktop version to studio is on my phone, and the stream's still working good, as expected, so good. Hello. Yeah, sorry about that, my DualSense controller died, basically. I might have to go the other way. I'm not actually sure here, but whatever.
That's it. Nowhere to escape now. Where you gonna go? Give up! ¡Que viva los capines! Shit! Find cover, amigos! ¡Sin vergüenza! ¡Amigos! ¡Necesitamos!
Only 9 bullets, is that right? Cool. Don't think any bullets got picked up on any of these people. Might actually kind of want to for later, though. For the survival sakes, but still. Still. I have assault rifle ammo set up anyways in the gun locker to replenish every time, because ammo glitches exist in the game that remove your ammo randomly, so why would I not, basically. With the spaghetti code of this almost 12-year-old ass game at this point. 28/11/97. Two numbers are at least not that far, so good. Went a little too far there. It looks like 28/11, I think, yeah. Landed on 11 right on the dot though with the analog. That was cool. And then 97 of course as well. Easiest one to land on with the analog, of course. Only a couple numbers there. Got safe contents. No, just exit the stash house and all that stuff. Like meth apparently here. And then Dr. Dretard, basically. Dr. Fuck ass Dretard, basically is alright, the record is, dude. Got anybody care, like anybody ever cares about Dr. fucking Dretard anymore, bro. Yeah, fun fact, I can't actually flip them off in Record A Studios with the birdie move. I tried it, and apparently they don't let you do that. Apparently they don't let you do that shit. Which is kind of pathetic, but yeah. I don't know why they won't let you flip off a celebrity in the game, like their digital character. It's kind of stupid, but apparently they don't let you do that. Trust me, I tried. Not that I hate Dr. Dre. I just meme and shit. That's all I'm doing right now. Yeah, I ain't got meth, right? I got distracted there. Yeah, I got meth, obviously. Yeah, right. I got it. I was saying. I'm one that likes to read the older notification, of course, for the newer ones. I do try to pay attention to that before the new pops up, even at the spur of the moment. Oh, it's Tour Sport. It was this time around for Tuesday. It's apparently Boar, Pug, and Chickenhawk. Yeah, Boar and Pug, those are pretty obvious where you find those. Like Boar being like something like the Choad Mountain State Wilderness or something like that, I imagine. Pug you might actually find like the richer areas, like kind of like where the band shell code jewelry and stuff like that is. In the city, of course, and then Chickenhawk. Oh man, Chickenhawk's like the worst thing ever, I feel, for the stairs, so I just wouldn't really recommend going for that. And yeah, this Tour Sport is obviously for like PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, XS, PC, NES only, since those are the only platforms that can properly handle the animals or something. Yeah, it's just sure it's on play text, I think. Don't really care, of course, but still. Alright, after all that distraction, finally on to Higgins Tours finally in full, or in truth, is finally over to Higgins Tours. I shall finally be going. Since again I found the stash owls and stuff, I just decided I would just do it early. I was not really out the way at all, basically, because why would I not? For the sake of time. I'll return the vehicle to storage, I guess, here, actually, why not? Yeah, I was on the Hunter last time, for sure, right? I don't think I did the Cargo Bob lately, I don't think. I mean, I did, of course, get it recently for the hangar again, with the extra slots, of course, actually allow me to get Pegasus vehicles for the hangar, basically. With the Mackenzie Field hangar, basically. So obviously I have used it kind of recently, but yeah. Higgins Tours, since there's a new list to pull from, kind of because I can sell tours. I'm kind of going down the list of all these again. Some of them I haven't really shown, like, ever on the channel in particular, but yeah. Cargo Bob, yeah. That I, again, did kind of get lately, so I'm just using it again for this update like I did last update, essentially. Yes, basically the worst Iron Mule in the game now, basically. No countermeasures. It's not like much speedier and everything. Albeit it did get a buff in the lifting power, I believe, like the Iron Mule has, but the Iron Mule is just generally better, of course. And you can really get a comparison to how much better basically the Iron Mule is if you try to lift like the Chernobog, for example. Which you can't really lift the Chernobog in particular, I think. as a solo player, unless you do like the Doomsday scenario, like prep work or something, I believe. Yes. Yes, yes. Regardless, it's the vehicle I'm using for this stream here. Since again, I'm pretty sure I did the Hunter last time. FH1 Hunter. Yeah, police bike. Yeah, clothing is still going on for Apex. Clothing. I don't think they ever announced an end date, so safe to say possibly until like a winter update. I would possibly say that you would have until there. Like $1,000. I think that's from the stash house, right? Kind of a little forgettable, honestly, on the smaller pay you get. I feel on average for those, really. Alright, and then at least for today of Tuesday, the regular time trial looks to be Power Station. Now, yeah, I think the last update that changed the time trial as much at all was like the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, the summer 2023 update. When that first came out, I think it would change every single day for the regular time trial, like the RSP video Junk Energy wouldn't still work nowadays, I believe. Eventually, I think they got tired of changing the regular ones or something, since there's so many of those compared to the RSP and Dito Junk Energy, like having exactly like 15, I think, as the Dangerous Mercenaries. That they probably just got tired of changing it or something, so they kind of just... I want to say you just get like 50k per day, you do it for the whole event week, basically, or whatever. Again, like the RSP Data Junk Energy, but I think it stays the same nowadays for the whole week for the actual time trial itself that features. So you do get a daily 50k payout, I want to say, and then it just stays the same time trial for the whole week, basically. I believe that's how it probably works after the slight change they did after Dangerous Mercenaries came out as for regular time trials. In particular. And yeah, for the most part, I'm going to recommend using your best motorcycles you have access to in the game. And if not motorcycles, then I'd probably recommend either a supercar or a sports car. That will make more clear for a while later. In a general sense. Yeah, Power Station says the suburbs of LS. If I remember right, this one, I want to say goes over to like Marietta Heights or something. Or maybe it's just part of your apartment. I think it goes over here, I believe. If not, then yeah, maybe it goes down to Marietta Heights or something. Or like Borough Heights or something. I think it's one of those couple locations for sure. But yeah, there is the train tracks and there is actually some good highway access, so top speed could maybe be something to look into maybe for this one. Maybe top speed could actually work good on this one in particular. Hard to say, kind of, but still. Something to keep in mind is, yeah, definitely top speed might be worth looking into for once. As niche as it is, it does have its useful applications on occasion, basically. Now, I don't know if I'll go over all those classes in particular for both metrics, of course, but basically, prefer to Bruffy 1322, basically, like a racing YouTuber for game, basically. They have, like, all kinds of different videos, of course, going over performance for all kinds of different vehicles. Or they have, like, a spreadsheet of the information, or they even have, like, a website of the information as well, I believe. So there's a couple ways to look into that from a YouTuber, basically. Racing YouTuber for GTA Online, by the way, so the performance would definitely be on point, I'm sure. And then for RC Bandito time trial, it is construction site 2. Probably one of the usual ones I've probably been going over lately, doing a lot of Tuesday streams anymore. So obviously, if you've done the first construction site time trial for RC Bandito, I'm sure it's kind of somewhat similar. The RC Bandito time trial, as the name suggests, you only get the one vehicle option of the RC Bandito, so it's not really about vehicle choice like it is for the regular time trials. It's about like how good you do like the turns and corners, all that kind of stuff. So on average, I'd probably just recommend respawning and learning the turns and corners naturally for triangle on Xbox or on PC. Again, same button for the point interest feature, which again I kind of mentioned earlier, like on the main menu you do with the triangle Y button on the map, which you can now see on that bottom right rectangle, not actually on the map. Yeah, same way as that basically, you hold it basically when you do the time trial. Yeah, do that and learn the turns and corners naturally, or just simply look up some video guide and hope you get it from that somehow or something. Those would pretty much be my things advice really for any sort of RC Bandito time trial really. Kind of similar advice for junk energy as well, to be fair, but again, I'll get to that maybe a little more later though. Looks like the weekly HSW time trial for the event, since yeah, this is the one that's still weekly since it does pay like 250k, so it already pays a good amount, whereas other ones don't pay like 50k, you have to do like each day basically. Yeah, it looks to be HSW run alternates this time around. As you may notice, by the way, there's no part-time on this, and that's because I'm on an HSW vehicle. You have to be in an HSW vehicle C-time. Trial part-times for these ones. Since it's kind of based on which one you're in or something. Which, yeah, there's like a Class C, Class B, Class A. I think if it's anything like the HSW races, which is probably a system like that, I'm guessing. There might be like 3 different part-times or something, basically, and it's all depending on what class vehicle and stuff. Yeah, Class C is like compacts and coupes. I mean, ironically, two classes start with C for Class C. For the Class C subclass of HSW, of the actual HSW subclass or whatever. Of the one compact of the roads RA, as well as Sentinel XS and the Euros X32, 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 whatever. And then you have Class B, Class A. Oh, and by the way, there's a grand total of 27 HSW vehicles, by the way. Yeah. You can get a whole list from like the carton basically on that laptop. You press like right on the D-pad, I think, obviously if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and the install made, since obviously that's HSW stuff exclusive to those platforms. But yeah, Class B, Class A, I'm just going to mention like the actual classes. I'm not going to go into each particular vehicle since there's a lot more than just like easy free. Class B is basically any HSW vehicle that's muscle car, SUV. Pretty sure sports classics is in there as well. Off-road was eventually added later on with the San Andreas Mercenaries DLC onwards, and was not a sport class for like the initial launch of the PlayStation 5 and Series X/S PC. Enhanced or shortly after, not tied to like a proper DLC or something. So like off-road kind of came out a year after, basically as a support HSW class. So I'm basically saying there. And then Class A is what I was getting into with the regular time trials of the classes I recommend, which is sports, supers, motorcycles, basically. That's why I recommend those three classes for regular time trials, is because they're the Class A of the HSW subclass, basically. So naturally, those would be the three classes I want to focus on for anything for the most part, in terms of land races. Over like other classes in terms of like raw speed performance, whether it be HSW or not, depending on your platform. And then yeah, for the newest two available HSW vehicles, if I were to recommend like the newer options, you have the HSW Woodlander, which is third place at lap time, I think, of the like 4 SUVs I think now in the game for HSW. And I think it's like the second place top speed, so sadly it's just average, it's not really groundbreaking for the HSW SUVs, unfortunately. I think even the Kniss Castigator, that's a non-HSW SUV, is like a better lap time than the Woodlander, just for comparison, so not a big fan of the Woodlander that I used previously, of course. And then obviously I'm currently using the Tampa GT since I had that out, like, at the beginning of this stream, of course. But yeah, the Tampa GT is the interesting one of the two, I think, this time around. While it is the worst one of all 27 HSW vehicles, I think, for a lap time, which means it is the worst of the muscle car class of HSW, particularly of the 5 HSW muscle cars. It is the worst lap time there, but it's also overall the worst lap time of any HSW vehicle of the 27 that you could find on that laptop, like I said. Top speed, however, is very insane on that vehicle. It is the best top speed of the whole entire muscle car class, again, for that HSW version, of course, since you need the HSW version for the time trial, of course. For this HSW time trial, of course, I mean. So it is the best top speed muscle car in the game. Not only that, it is also the third best overall top speed for HSW, at least. Not count non-HSW, of course, because you can't use non-HSW, obviously, on HSW time trial. It is only behind the Banshee GTS and the Stinger TT, both of which are in the sports class, I believe, for the top speed. Those are the only two that have a better top speed in the Tampa GT when it comes to HSW, the 27 HSW vehicles in the game. Apparently, according to Breath 152. Apparently, yes, according to Breath 1322, a recent YouTuber again that was mentioned earlier. The HSW time trial looks pretty good for the one I'm using right now, basically. And then, yeah, for the route, this one, I feel is like the first one of the set of 8 where, like, the routes start to want you to use the shortcuts, like, hard as all. There's a very nice shortcut that's a bit difficult to pull off at the beginning, but if you do manage to pull it off, you're like the train tracks. You basically just go straight and you hope they'll land like around here or something, to where you can get like a huge like boost in time over if you were to like turn here and like here and then finally here. That could be a huge shortcut if you just simply go straight and it goes well for you, of course. Which can take some time sometimes, but it will work out eventually if you're patient, I'm sure. From there, I feel it's actually pretty straightforward, though. From there, I would say it's actually mostly pretty straightforward. However, the GPS route does get a little jank, I think, around the highway, where there's like a lot of different ways to go over here. But I think basically you're going on like this road to go on to like the highway over here, obviously, is what I do. But after the jinkiness of the GPS route on like that part of the highway, it goes pretty straightforward, I would say, from there, basically. From there, I would say actually gets pretty straightforward after that, though, to where it's literally just the GPS route, essentially, from there, though. From there, though. And it goes down here, basically. That was the route, basically, to go over for this, basically. Basically. And then daily junk energy time trial for day Tuesday here. And yeah, if I didn't make it clear, there are some data ones for day Tuesday, but yeah, I think I mentioned that though. But yeah, at least for day Tuesday, it is Quartz Center. Or really, it is for day Tuesday for Quartz Center for this time around one day. Probably one of the usual two I've been going over it lately, of course, since I've been doing a lot of Tuesday streaming. So yeah, Quartz Center though. But yeah, for these time trials, I'm going to use the Inductor bike, the 2023 bicycle. You cannot use the bicycles from a decade before, like the BMX or anything. Those are not allowed. It's only for the junk energy. And even the regular Inductor, I think, as well. But it's basically just a skin change. Which means you're always going to be having to use the bicycle that has access to the curves boost, so just keep that in mind. So for strategy, of course, just simply don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize on the curves boost, and doing those couple like 3 things there, I think should make it pretty straightforward and easy to win like just about any of them in a general grand scheme of things. And if not, and then if that stuff does not help, then just simply look up the video guide if for some reason those couple things I said do not help you for any reason. But it's kind of just basically similar strats, I would say, to what you would do for RCB and Ditto anyways. Like I was kind of mentioning earlier, basically, for, since it's similar, obviously we only have like one vehicle. Where yes, you only have like 1 to 2 vehicles you can use at all. where yes, you basically only have like 1 or 2 vehicles you can use, really. Alright, then onto the pre-race for the event. For the week, basically. It's a weekly thing, just like the HSW time trial, and that is for the off-road class this time around, actually. And this one's for off-road class, apparently, this time around. So, off-road class is a pretty straightforward class if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced, where you want to use the HSW options, I feel. It's sticking to HSW if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. For lap time, it goes to HSW Monstrosity, basically, and then for top speed, you want to use the HSW Fireball ASP. For the 2 HSW options there are for the off-road class. And since most races rely on lap time, you'll most likely want to use the HSW Monstrosity 9 times out of 10 over the HSW Fireball ASP. But Again, it's all depending on the situation, like how much turns, corners, like straights are. And then, yeah, it is kind of worth noting you can actually use certain motorcycles, I think, on off-road class. I think it is worth noting you can actually use certain motorcycles in off-road class, like the Sanchez, stuff like that. Some of those actually might end up being your better options depending on the track, possibly, especially if you're on PlayStation 4 plus 1 PC Legacy. Especially on the older platforms about HSW, you might actually want to use like any of the sport motorcycles for the off-road class on those platforms. Off-road is one of the more interesting classes. Since off-road, yes, is one of the more interesting classes with like variety and whatnot. But if not, then I'll look on roughly 132's like spreadsheet basically to go over the off-road options that you use for more proper off-road options for the PlayStation 4 plus 1 PC Legacy platforms. But apparently, yeah, your S tiers for the HSW only when it comes to proper off-road, like full-on, like four-wheel vehicles, basically, or ones that have more than like 2 wheels, basically. But yeah, for your A tier, which is basically the highest tier you can get for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy. Top of the A tier, you have the Draugr. Yeah, you have the Draugr for the top of A tier, which will basically be your best in lap time. Because yeah, tiers are mostly based on lap time, pretty much. And then you have the Vagrant, whatever, all in the middle of the A tier, and then you have the Terminus, apparently at the bottom of the A tier. With those other two options actually having some of the best top speeds as well if you're on those platforms, apparently, compared to the Draugr, which isn't as good on the top speed, apparently. It's like Vagrant, and Terminus are more of a balance, whereas Draugr is more purely for the lap time. On the legacy platforms, of course. So I think that should make it obvious what kind of vehicles you should use, depending on what platform you're on. According to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, which is where I get any performance for that I go over on the streams. Alright, but yeah, what is the lap time and what is top speed, I think is pretty much what to mention here, though, afterwards, for those not as familiar with certain terminologies and stuff. Yeah, lap time is turns and corners, basically, which is most of the city map. And yeah, I think these are always city courses, I think, for the green race. Yeah, I think it's always city courses, I believe, for the preem race, contrary to what it makes it look like on the thing. But yeah, it's always city courses, I believe, on preem races. So yeah, most courses will be lap time. Top speed is very niche in comparison, which is on your highways, airport runways. And your airstrips, basically. And yeah, keep in mind there is the newer Tonga Hills one as well now. After the last couple updates. For instance, North Desert and then Grapeseed for your airstrips. But yeah, highways, airport runways, airstrips are basically your areas for top speed, I would say, on the city. Not a lot of places, obviously, for top speed, which is why a lot of the metrics are pretty much based on lap time. But again, all depends on the course, like what you want, really, between those two. Alright, but then, yeah. You can do Square, X on Xbox, or Key on PC. That'll allow you to start the job. That's going to be seen on that bottom right rectangle. And again, yeah, that's Square, X on Xbox, or Key on PC. Different than what I was mentioning, of course, previously. Like respawning and whatnot. Yeah. Doing those buttons, you can also go to the physical corona, like the map, I think, as well. And do it that way too, at least. That will take you into the actual thing. When you get into the actual lobby, you can do the same thing, the Square X on Xbox, or you can PC. And that should give you the map of the race after you get to see what the race is called. When you do into the lobby screen, it should also give you the map when you do the Square X on Xbox, or you can PC thing. And when you get into like choosing a vehicle, you can still use the map and forget to do it, I believe, like on the lobby screen, I believe so. Probably so when you see a vehicle, you might get an idea of like what the performance is like when you look at a vehicle, and then of course you can see the map, of course. That's probably why they allow you to do it there, I'm guessing. I think that mentions everything for the different, like, time trials, premium race. So now I can get into the casino for the podium vehicle. Alright, yeah, ID business, document forgery, cocaine, apparently. Okay. The open wheel got brought back apparently for the week, I think. So yeah, I'll go over that more later though. So looking like the Willardy door or the... Oh yeah, okay, it says Willard on it. Yeah, the Willardy door. If it wasn't the Eudora, I was going to say like the Voodoo, like custom or something, but yeah. Had a feeling it was not. They don't usually do. If they usually do a Benny's vehicle, it's usually like a non-custom version. So I'm it was going to be the Willardy door. Even before I saw the Willard on like the hood, of course. I do recognize the look on that vehicle. 1,000 ship bonus here. Gave me the 1,504,939 ships. Cool. Do my at least one wheel spin for the event. So I despise that it's 24 hours after spin. What kind of spin was that? That was a weaker spin. No, it's not a baby spin. It's not the weakest spin my character's ever done, but okay. Hey, 40k, let's go. I hear it's like predetermined anyways, I think, even like regardless of what the speed is when you spin it, it might be predetermined from what I hear as soon as you like get on there and spin it. But yeah, 40k, I do like that, obviously. Always take cash for the game, hell yes. $15,742,383. I see. I see. Fidelity Door, Muscle Car, and Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. While this is not a taxi livery here, it does have access to taxi livery that does allow you to do taxi work for the vehicle. However, it's not the greatest vehicle. It's probably like one of the worst vehicles you could use for taxi work, honestly. In fact, in this update, I think the new best option came out, I think, for taxi work, which is this Hardy, I believe, might be the new best option as of the Money Fronts update that can actually use for the taxi work. So it has fallen off significantly with this update for like usability in taxi work. Whereas before it was basically just taxi that had like engine upgrades tied to like Arena rank 50 or something. 25, 50 or whatever. Or like that red taxi thing that references like the 3D Universe games that had things like that basically. So yeah, taxi work has changed Taxi work has changed pretty revolutionary change has been made to taxi work for like what the best vehicle kind of is now. I think literally just update. So I definitely think it has decreased the value a little bit of that vehicle for the Lordy Dora. But yeah, 7 San Andreas, I think it should be on that site. 4-door, it looked like it was. Yes. Apparently by getting the vehicle you can save $1,250,000. Plus deliveries I think have a tendency to be like 20, 30K, so if you keep exactly what livery it comes with, it could probably even be like $1 million, like 270 to $1,280,000 savings. Now I'm trying to remember if this even has a trade price to it or not, since after all it is usable in taxi work. There might be a trade price for this, I kind of forget. If there's a trade price, this obviously would be more expensive without the trade price, where like it's buy now price. But yeah, the savings, regardless, does get into million-ish, like over, which is more like a 2-hour investment over like a 1-hour investment by that point. So definitely nowhere near the worst thing that's been on podium for savings. Definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, again, it does have taxi work capability, but I think you have to change delivery to the taxi delivery for that functionality, so just keep that in mind, that you, I think, have to change delivery for that functionality. And then, yeah, the missile lock-on jammer availability, apparently, it has a lock-on jammer available as of, like, one of the last 2 updates, I think, added that functionality. It didn't have it initially, I'm pretty sure, so I think it was added in either Agent Sabotage, the last update, or this Money Fronts DLC. I might check on that to be 100% like sure if it's like a super new one or not. Why not? It looks like it would have been the last update that added the lock-on jammer, so if you have been keeping up with the lock-on jammer vehicles and you have owned the vehicle, you might already have the lock-on jammer applied if you already own the vehicle or something. And it wouldn't have been new with this update or anything. But it is a slower vehicle, so the lock-on jammer definitely could be of nice help. Definitely, if you decide to purchase that, like the agency or the plus subscription property, if you have the money for that or something. But quite frankly, with its slowness, even if it is helpful with the slowness of it, there is definitely just much better options for a lock-on jammer that are armored or more speedy or something, obviously, though. But it's cool you can have the combo of taxi work and a lock-on jammer, definitely, so it is a kind of cool thing to have. But I think the Innis Hardy, again, can basically just do both of those as well, and it's just quicker if you were to look for something like that anyways, though. Oh, I didn't even go over performance yet, actually. I meant to maybe kind of do that. Yes, sorry, a more interesting vehicle having access to taxi works. I could skip talking about performance if I wanted to, but it is more of a civilian vehicle. It's not got all kinds of crazy weaponized features, so I probably should go over performance. So I will then. So again, this is muscle car class. I think it's actually kind of one of the worst ones for the class, if I remember right, kind of. In a way. There's like 5 like letter tiers or something below what tier it's in apparently, but yeah. In essence, it is apparently at the bottom of the J tier. It is at the bottom J tier, yes, apparently. According to Property 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it is at the bottom of the J tier. Which gets it 68th place for lap time, as well as 59th place for top speed. Which, with HSW excluded, that'd be like 63rd. I think it is worse than all 5 HSW vehicles per lap time and top speed for both metrics, obviously, I'm pretty sure. Being a not so great muscle car, yeah, at best it'd be like 63rd and 54th, I believe. And there's like anywhere from 88 to 83 vehicles. 88, yes, to 83 vehicles, depending on like if you're including HSW or not. Either way, it's below average for both metrics. Either way, it is below average for both metrics, so it's not really a performance vehicle at all. It's, again, for that taxi work functionality, the lock-on jammer, personal preference and lock-on, not lock-on, but personal preference, like customization or whatever. Yeah, I do think I say personal preference customization reasons, I think is what I usually say, right? I think.
Now it's all about quality me time.
But yeah, not a terrible vehicle with the fact it has different utility compared to some other civilian vehicles. Definitely, like it could be more interesting vehicle, I suppose, but yeah. Could be worth it depending on what you're looking for. Definitely. Okay, what's this 0? Okay.
How's it going?
Okay, maybe it just showed fists 0 for some reason after I went, like, out from the casino or something. Maybe that was all it was. Might not be a big deal then, and then... Jostler hit, don't really care for that. I know you can just use like a vehicle with like missiles or something, just to lock on and find it like really quick and like just get off the vehicle, use like weapon of choice, but I really do not care. I could care less for that. I did it like every stream, like when it first came out with $5 bounties, but yeah, I just don't really care on a daily basis to do it. I think it's only something like 30K, so like, whatever. Whatever. Not saying it should, not saying it should give you a lot more for it or nothing. I'm just like saying I don't really care to go into what to do it, basically. Basically. To keep this stream moving along, obviously. Alright, but yeah, for the LS Carbonite like test track vehicles apparently though, there's the Debauchery Rapid GT Classic, Coil Voltic, and the Benefactor Veltzer. The only online exclusive vehicle here is actually the Debauchery Rapid GT Classic. Literally both of these other vehicles are from September 17th, 2013. They'll launch it as a single player game. And I'll launch the game in general, of course. Not counting the online component, of course, it came out later. Yeah, the Rapid GT Classic, yes. It's actually a pretty good sports classics, if I remember right, on that vehicle. Otherwise, the Voltic, I think, is the worst top speed supercar, and then the Veltzer, at least for OG sports cars, I think it was actually pretty good for the original sports cars, but obviously has very long fallen off. Yeah, obviously it's only long fallen off of like almost 12 years of updates at this point, after all. I assume all these are probably vaulted vehicles, so that probably means no lock-on jammer on these, no. Yeah, these vehicles are still vaulted, which I'm pretty sure guarantees there's no, like, lock-on jammer on them, so just keep that in mind. Going on the removed vehicles dates section of the spreadsheet. From some YouTuber and everything, of course, and everything, and we're going to looks like Rapid GT Classic has been available 9 times in the last like 2+ years of the game at this point. Last 2+ years of the game, it's been available 9 times in different dealerships for the Rapid GT Classic as of this appearance, as of this particular appearance. The Voltic has been available 8 times. Yeah, the Voltic's been available 8 times apparently on dealerships as of this particular appearance in the last 2+ years. And then, yeah, in the last 2+ years since Dangerous Mercenaries came out, this vehicle has been vaulted. The Veltzer has been available for the 7th time on the dealership now as of that time frame or whatever since. And yeah. See if they're on discount. I'm actually going to go out the way to mention the outright performance numbers, but either way, I'm pretty sure the Raptor GT Classic is easily going to be the best one of these free to get, of course, in terms of one performance, obviously. I think it's like maybe B tier nowadays for the Sports Classics class. I would have said A tier, but recently there's been like a couple really good sports classics that have been like non-HSW options. So I'm probably going to say it was probably like B or C tier or something for sports classics, if I were to take a guess. And then yeah, Voltic Stage are worst top speeds carving in the game. In the game. Felcher was good for day one, and I think that was about it. Like, literally back in 2013. Like, 14 maybe, like, all that kind of stuff really early. Yeah, all three are confirmed to be vaulted vehicles, so there's definitely no lock-on jammers for any of them. Definitely not, definitely not. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're on discount according to the news wire, basically. So yeah, there's no Sport Classic discount. It looks like no Supercar discount. I do not seem to be seeing a Supercar discount. The only class that would have a discount seems to be sports for the free are on the like test track, but yeah, doesn't seem like the Feltzer's one. Does not seem like the Feltzer's a discount. No. And then your Max Out Classic, it's the prize ride, basically. That one he apparently just placed top 5 a single time, actually. That one, yes, it apparently just placed top 5 like a single time. Right. Yeah, I'm not going crazy, just placed top 5 a single time. Easy. So the two that I think for sure do count for sure would be the pursuit races, street races. Top 5 allows you to do 4 and 5 player pursuit races for a guaranteed entry for the challenge. Anything past 5 players is not a guaranteed entry anymore. And street races go up to 8 players, so street races could do 2, 3, 4, or 5 player for guaranteed entry. 6, 7, 8 players if you want some competition, I suppose. And ones I definitely know do not count solo, but they could possibly count with other players, but I'm guessing not. Most likely it would be drag races, which is 1 to 4, which would be guaranteed entry, like, regardless, so I don't really assume that counts even with other players, of course. And then Yeah, drift races. Those are 1 to 8, but again, like I don't think they count even with other players. Because these types of races came out in 2023 when the tuners update first came out for the Prize Art Challenge and stuff, also being introduced in that same update, like initially. Those came out in 2021. I assume they didn't really like make them count for 2023 types of content for the track races, drift races, so I assume they just don't count, obviously, most likely. Since they don't really make like they don't really make newer content consistent with like older content per se, or whatever. But either way, you can easily earn it for a pursuit race or a street race, whatever one basically. Especially street race, you can easily earn it. There's literally zero excuse not to be able to get it for free, basically, if you absolutely wanted to get it. But it's on Classic. I think let's see for Dom Casino Resort or Dom Casino Heist, one of those two updates. That released it. What was that, like 2-door for some reason? Some reason. I didn't necessarily look too much on it, but yeah, I think so. Alright, yeah, it's a 2-door, okay. Cool. Previous some discounts, which again I'll obviously get to later. But Urmax Zion Classic. Yeah, I remember this one. Like, might have been eventually brought back, of course. Which makes sense, of course, because, like, prize art vehicles pretty much always are on the vehicle website, so, yeah. Has a lock-on jammer, I assume it probably got brought back in one of the last 2 updates, and it wasn't, like, always on the website. I could be wrong, though. But, yeah. I mean, it is tied to Dom Casino Resort or Heist, so it might have a trade price to it. Not entirely impossible. If there's a trade price, since it came out in Dom Casino Resort, well, yeah, it did come out in the Resort update. Some older vehicles did get a trade price for the Dom Casino Heist, I believe, though, if they were added as like a getaway vehicle during the heist. So it is possible, technically, but most likely I don't think there's a trade price on this vehicle, so I think regardless for anybody it would cost $812,000. A livery would probably add like another 20-30K if you were to keep exactly what livery it comes with after all. So maybe say more like 842,000. Yeah, you could literally get this vehicle easy in an hour normally, so it's not surprising they would have an easy prize art challenge for this one, but a simple just top 5 one time. And what is this? Sports Classics, I believe. I think it's one of those where it's considered Sports Classics of having classic in the name. So, yeah, where should this one be, quite frankly? I wonder. I assume it doesn't perform that good for the class, I assume. Also, hence why it probably has easy challenge. so it would add up. That probably doesn't perform good if the challenge is as easy as it is. Doesn't really look like it's a good performance for the Sports Classics, given top of Sports Classics has like a lot of old school supercars, so it obviously will not hold a candle to those. Pretty much. Alright, apparently it looks like it is in the D tier. looks like it is, yes, in the D tier. Which gets it 17th place for lap time and 25th place top speed. And I think there's like 50 sports classics in the game at this point, basically. Yes. So that is technically going to be above average for both metrics in the class, at least when it comes to PlayStation 5, especially it's like Xbox, PC, and albeit, yeah, minus like 2 since there's 2 HSW vehicles for Sports Classic sectors for off-roaders, 2 of those for HSW. Yeah. Makes it go from 17th to 15th and then like 25th, 23rd out of 48 vehicles. Yeah, lap time is several placements out of top 10, which isn't the worst for lap time, of course. Yeah, top speed is in the 20s, so much better options to go for there. But yeah, 25th is just barely like above average, basically. It is kind of just barely above average for the class, basically, because quite literally, if it was 26th place, I think it would actually be, if it were just one placement worse for top speed being 26th, so 25th would actually quite literally be the top of below average of the class, basically. Or whatever. Man, my body's getting like tired already, man. Bro. It's an alright vehicle for performance, I guess. Again, it's at least, it is at least above average for both metrics. Just barely clean on to have top speed, of course, but especially if, yeah. Being a kind of older, like classic version of a Zion, which, yeah, no debut, don't need Grand Theft Auto 5, basically doesn't actually have appearances of Lincoln Pretty, or even older HD games, or even 2D or anything. It is kind of cool to have like an older Zion, I guess, day 1 2013 vehicle. In a sense, I guess it's kind of cool. I forget if it was this one or like the Nebula where there's like a body pillow or where there's like a body pillow or something, I think, yes, it is. Yeah, it does have a lock-on chamber that was added basically with the. Again, I assume it's either the last update or this update for sure. Sure. Let me look. I guess. Alright, looks like the Sound Classic just this update apparently got the lock-on jammer and returned to stay on the website, so it was so yeah, this vehicle was apparently vaulted before, apparently. Was Sanders Mercenaries onwards, but got brought back in this Money Front update, and it has the lock-on jammer for that reason, so cool. Cool. Alright, and then for the HSW test ride, it looks to be the Garo ZX, I think, the roofed one. Yes. It is, as a matter of fact, the roofed Vigero ZX HSW, which is in the muscle car class, so it's one of 5 HSW muscle cars. And yeah, this one's actually the best lap time, whereas the Tampa GT is the best top speed for the HSW ones, and in the class in general as well, basically. So yes, this is #1 for the whole entire muscle car class. If you are on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced. And top speed's still pretty good, even if it is, of course, behind the Tampa GT, I believe now, of course. Might actually be like the second best one for top speed. It might actually be the second best in the whole class for top speed as well. Just behind, again, Tampa GT as the latest update. So it's a very good muscle car, definitely. For the HSW version, of course. At least. And yeah, HSW vehicle is on the right for D-pad, as I was saying earlier. And yeah, this one is on the San Andreas Subrata's website, according to this, so I'll go for it. Now, yeah, I think every vehicle on this list is on the website, not vaulted. The Sterling GT in particular was actually vaulted between Criminal Enterprise, or not Criminal Enterprise DLC, it was vaulted between San Andreas Mercenaries DLC and, yeah, it was vaulted between the San Andreas Mercenaries DLC and Agent Sabotage update. So I had like a year and a half absence of being on the website, just so it actually doesn't say like as a website on here and stuff, since it was vaulted and they never fixed that, and they never fixed their mistake like oversight after adding it back. So aside from that, everything information for the most part I think is correct on the list. I think. Yeah, it doesn't list the website again because it vaulted at one point, but it did get brought back. They just didn't like update the list basically. Our crystal, that means my meth is actually done now, right? I think so. So cool. I don't think I really got full before, like the new stuff I got for the meth, of course, when it came to just the latest stash house, just the latest stash house in of doing basically.
¿Qué pasa? Hey, ain't seen you down at the gym for a while.
Alright, but yeah, moving on to the next showroom note, yeah. So it's done off with the previous one. Does the Dinka LCM just RR vehicle from the Agent Sabotage update, last update? I think they got our rename, I think, in this update, basically, to be more in line with the new one they had for the Grotti LCM just RR, whatever. Or the Grotti LSCM. Cheetah Classic, of course, I'm just tired right now, of course. And then Revata Banshee GTS, also from the previous Agent Sabotage DLC. This vehicle right here actually is your best lap time for the tuner subclass, I believe, in this, like, as a last update. Now, you might not be able to use it in robbery contracts from what I have heard, at least. If I remember correctly, but yeah. You can use it for street pursuit races, and it will be basically your best option for a lot of that. Contents is apparently the best option for the lap time now. And again, most races do want lap time. According to some of the maps I've seen for pursuit races, top speed might be a bit better there in certain cases at least. But especially for street races, this is definitely a very good vehicle for those. Sadly, it's not usable for robbery contracts from what I've heard though. But if it were usable in like robbery contracts, depending like what one it is, and if it goes on like Hot Ways much or not, and like if it doesn't, then it would be good for some of those perhaps. But still, for a unipository contract, you want a vehicle with like top speed. I think usually for the Hot Widow, so and that's for the traditional just RR, not the LCM one, which you can use the traditional one, of course, since traditional just RR was added in the original tuners update, basically. No, finally, the Vado Banshee GTS, apparently, yeah, this vehicle was on the list of 27 vehicles with HSW upgrades, so if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced, this is actually your best top speed in general, actually, for the HSW subclass, which is a very good thing. And that does, of course, put it at the top of sports class for the top speed if you are in PlayStation 5, especially as PC Indians for the stuff there, of course. Yeah. Very good vehicle for PlayStation 5, especially as X-Sasha SPC Unions. Being the top for a top speed metric. And yeah, I think it's only behind like 13 planes, I think it said. It apparently has a better top speed than all helicopters in the game, apparently, as well. That's on the same top speed as for this vehicle. This might be literally the best top speed of a single land vehicle in the game on the newer platforms. And then what else? What else? Well, on the legacy platforms, I'm sure it's still actually kind of fine on those platforms for like A, maybe B tier at worst, I'm thinking, but yeah. Obviously, it's not going to hold a candle to PlayStation 5, especially as X such as PC games for performance, though.
Well, as soon as possible, please, Doctor. I'll check and call the nurse. Thank you, sir.
Phone. But Vamos, I was in Marine War, I believe. Almost Vamos, yes, I believe was that back in the Marine War DLC. 770 was like Finance Bounty, I think. The Riata. Is this like Doomsday Heist or like what? I think so. Rapid GT is the day one vehicle, and then the zombie bobbers, bikers, so 40s are definitely online exclusive. I could 100% say with only the Rapid GT, I believe, being a day one vehicle, and therefore a single player as well. So between the vaulted vehicles, 3 of them are available in single player as well. And then the other 5 are online exclusives, basically. Alright, but yeah, bottleneck min, like the counterfeit cash, apparently. Yeah. listening. Sorry, but I'm kind of tired. I might be taking a bit of a break here. Just make people aware. I'm not gonna pause. Not not gonna pause the stream, but just be aware of that. Because there's a PlayStation 5 like pause stream feature, but yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily do that. Just be aware, basically. Basically. Alright, alright. Sorry about all that shit. See if that'll last at all lately or anymore. Anymore. Again, community comment series going on. Like I kind of said, I'll get to that. Basically. Okay. Again, the Vamos, Serena War DLC, whatever. The 770 finds felony. Riata was 15 highest, whatever. Rubber GT, yeah, day one. And then the Zombie Bobber was bikers, yeah. Confident 4 or 5 M are online exclusives for sure. Question is, any of these are even on a discount or not? Thinking probably not, unfortunately, but yes. No muscle card discounts, it looks like, so this one's out of question. So did some sports discounts, but that one's apparently out of question. Single off-road vehicle discount, but this one's out of question, apparently. FGT is sports, pretty sure. Godos is not a discount as well, and then, yeah, that's true, means. Yeah, just in the motorcycle discounts, yeah, all these are not on discount, so I'll just be making some predictions for performance. Vamos, I know, has like crazy advanced handling flags or something that makes it not a good driving experience, so so it's not really a performance vehicle. Yeah, I don't believe this is really a performance vehicle whatsoever. 770 is probably just alright. That's something for a sports car. Riata, don't really think it's the top tier off-road if I recall right. Average GT again, it's a day one. It was probably pretty average up to Pulitzer or something back then, but yeah. Don't really think it holds up much nowadays though. And then Zombie Bobber is a chopper, not like a sports bike. So that one's great. Yeah, I don't think any of these are super crazy performance. Yeah, wouldn't think so really. I'm not really thinking any of those are that crazy on the performance, but yeah. Now going on to remove vehicles dates section of the spreadsheet again. No, Dodo. Roughly 152 in his vehicle spreadsheet, of course. apparently the Vamos has the same amount of appearances as the Rapid GT Classic. That was the first one I went over, of course, for the car meet, like test track. Which means this, like the Rapid GT Classic, has appeared for the 9th time, I'm pretty sure, lately. Actually, 770. Apparently, this one has actually had the most appearances of any of the ones in the particular event. And it has now had 10 appearances, apparently. Which I think is tied with like Peyote Gaseros on the most, I think, like altogether, I believe, of like the 80-ish or so vaulted vehicles remaining still. That still could get unvaulted at some point, maybe. Yeah, Vapid Riata has apparently appeared 8 times. I caught the Coil Baltic, and Test Track has appeared 8 times, apparently. Rapid GT has apparently appeared 6 times, apparently. Rapid GT has apparently appeared 6 times. Oh, and I didn't mention on the other day 1 vehicles, I think I meant to, for the... What was it all called again? Oh yeah, the Voltic and like the Veltzer, and now I remembered by it. Not even looking at the spreadsheet right now, I would have just remembered. And the Rapid GT. Yeah, we have to go over it, kind of important detail, but you would think you might be able to steal them off the street since you decided to vault them, but no. Not how it works. It has to be 5 digits or lower, basically. If it's literally 100k or over, you have to buy on the dealership, just be aware of that, since there is a too hot to modify, like, mechanic in the game, basically. So you can't just steal, like, high-end, like, vehicles, like, and just keep them or something. They cap it to stuff that's, like, under 100k, basically, it can be stored in that method. So literally, if anything's 6 digits at all or higher, you have to buy it on the dealership. So since this is 132,000 or whatever, yeah, that's the case there. I'm pretty sure the other two are probably 6-digit price as well. Of course. I think the Voltic for sure, but I have no reason really thinking that like the Feltzer would be like a 5-digit price. I assume that would probably be 6-digit price as well. So if you have any interest in those day 1 vehicles for some reason, you would have to buy on that dealership, unfortunately. As things currently stand, no. And then, yeah, Zombie Bobber has the same amount of appearances, I believe. But yeah, within the last 2+ years, like since the Dangerous Mercenaries released and vaulted a bunch of vehicles, these vehicles have appeared those set amount of times, like within the last 2+ years. And yeah, Zombie Bobber again, title for Rapid GT, so it's 6 appearances now as of the last current like event, basically. Just basically. Basically. But I don't think there's much more I want to mention there all, so I think I'm good there now, right? I think. Alright, so after all that, like, money opportunity discount stuff, like, and then obviously, like, eventually that survival and stuff.
What's up, man? Hey, honey. How are you?
Alright, something clothing related I don't think was mentioned yet. By the way. Actually, before that. In terms of the series and stuff, or the survival, it is part of that Cayo Perico series, as you'd probably expect. Yeah, they brought back Cayo Perico series in the terminal area, and it does have the new survival to it, of course. That's what's going on with that all, kind of all, basically. And yeah, you can also do it for the in-game phone as well, basically. Yes, Perico series, yes. It is a thing on the series modes, yes. Alright, now for the ever clothing thing, I don't think it was on the main menu or anything, but I'll read the paragraph basically. It is Get El Rubio approved apparel. Yes. Get El Rubio approved apparel by playing GTA Online anytime this week or next to receive the Panther Tour jacket. So, login reward for the next event as well as this event is a Panther Tour jacket, apparently. Jacket with Cayo Perico on it, like Panthers and stuff. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, I feel. And sure, I guess I'll take a look at that community combat series. Yeah, it seems to rotate each like week between like race series and like a combat series. I haven't done these much, but I assume like all but one map has probably appeared in the past for a community series with only like one tribute new. It's probably only for PlayStation 5 specifically. And probably only for PlayStation 5 as about series like such as PC and ES, of course. Yeah, this one is probably returns from the past for the left bracket AOE, like right bracket being all whatever, mace being melee. The C, like slash, like circuit board. This is actually the new one apparently here. Because on the news where it says check out C slash whatever circuit board by She City 1379. Available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S and PC enhanced by joining the Community Combat Series. So that's how I'll touch that. Red, apparently. And apparently that's probably a returning one as well. And Royal Brawl. Probably some returning one as well, of course. Is there only actually 4 maps this time, or did they actually segregate them off of like what type they are finally? Okay, there is 3 last team standings as well, and they actually only show up in that section. They don't also show up in deathmatch like they often do for the community combat series stuff, where they'll show up in like multiple areas for some reason. Yeah, there's a Phantom Drain apparently. Probably a returning one from before. Like the exclamation mark, the Phantom Drain, exclamation mark, spaces and stuff apparently. Can these thumbnails show up? Come on. Bruh, why are these thumbnails not showing? What the hell? Bottom one sure did, so it's just because I was like, are y'all knows or something somehow or something? Oh, I'm not really sure. Whatever, man. And then, yeah, equal football, death run. Equal with some spacing and stuff. And shoots and splatters, apparently. Again, those are all part of returning ones from the past. Because usually they only do like something with like one new map, it seems, anymore the last bunch of times, basically. Yeah, that's community combat series right here with the star, basically. And then they basically brought back a race type. I kind of already mentioned that when it showed up earlier, but I didn't really follow stuff or where target assault they haven't had in like forever, basically. So, well, they could always bring it back right now. considering what they really ever have. Basically. Yeah, it's basically a stunt transform what they use nowadays for stunt races or I didn't really. Sorry, I was kind of maybe a little tired, so I didn't check the races, but yeah. Perico races are not back as expected, of course, since I want people to focus on the Perico survival, of course. So bring that back was not good, per se, for them to do. Or player retention on mode, of course. Seems every single open wheel race is back. Sometimes when they bring stuff back, I think it's only select ones, but it seems like 16 maps at least. I think every single one has returned apparently. So cool. And open wheel races actually might be the most profitable race type in the game. Because if I remember right, there was like a boost to races, like a 50% boost at some point, and that was like for all race types. And then open wheel got like another separate like boost to its pay for some particular reason, which is kind of ironic because shortly after that they ended up faulting them and not keeping them in the game like good anymore. But yeah, apparently. Apparently. But yeah, it has had another payout boost, I believe, like at least 2 payout boosts compared to most race types, which I think we only received 1 payout boost. Tuner subclass race things might also kind of be the same way, where it got like 2 payout boosts, at least so the newer ones, the Dragon Trip races or whatever. But yes. Either way, though. But yeah. I think stunt race stuff, like races in general, for like 8 to 10 minutes or something, I think is a max payout for a race. It's like, I think it used to be like 16k-ish or so for double. 50% more on top of that would be like 24, 25k, I believe. Solo. And then, yeah, there was another 50% boost of implements, approximately. Yeah, there was another boost at some point. I forget if it was like last update or the update before. Because I don't believe it was this update. Of course. Yeah, 150% boost would go from like 16k, 24, 25k in 10 minutes or something. Assuming somehow another 50% permanent boost or something, somehow from there. Whatever though. either way, these probably can pay like 30, 40, maybe like upwards of like 50-ish K, like 8 to 10 minutes solo or something. Which, yeah, really, still for an hour is probably like only a couple $100,000 or something. So it's kind of basically like probably a worse survival, like new survival, basically. In terms of the payouts, definitely. Or somewhat approachable to those amounts, basically.
Hey, buddy.
And yeah, possibly any of revolted themes would be like theme death matches, which I doubt they'll probably just bring them back for like separate, like holiday occasions like they usually do for those, like Halloween death matches or something. Car Crash Full Auto, I think, was like a deathmatch they needed at one point, but that sure never seems to come back. Capture doesn't really have vaulted stuff, I believe. I was understanding, and I don't think they do that for those. And there's like special ones here. Perico Survival are here, yes, 2 times. Of course. Yeah, like the other specialty, like ones are not available, which makes sense, of course, obviously, because I don't want to like take too much attention away, I'm sure, from the new Perico Survival. Which even there it's called Perico Survival, not Perico Zombie Survival, I realize. Contact missions, while they have had certain contact missions, I don't think have really existed past like the initial 7th gen version of the game or something. Those might be kind of more deleted or removed so long they don't really care to like bring them back or something. So those don't really ever make it back in. Basically. Yeah, versus modes, they don't have any of those right now, apparently. Yeah, I checked the adversary mode earlier, it's apparently just, a remix, apparently. And yeah, Parachute doesn't really get anything bolted really, so... Yeah, it was really just open wheel being brought back, it looks like, if anything. Which is one of the more profitable race types. Now, yeah, wow, the solo payout, like I said, is pitiful. Obviously, you want to race against other players for the max payouts, which I wouldn't really know from there what the expect for like a money payout, but still, the open wheel stuff would probably pay similar to the survival 2 times, 4 times. I'm willing to bet, basically, at like the absolute highest against other racers, if and that's if you win against other racers, of course, or it's at least a Perico Survival. You're going against like AI, like zombies, of course, which is a lot more reliable than going against other players for like racing, of course. So the pay, not going to be fantastic. Pay, I'm sure it's not going to be fantastic for open wheel races, definitely not. Which is fine, it's more of a mode of fun again. Like I said, that's alright for something like that, I'm sure. The open wheel is a feature series, by the way. Alright, I've kind of getting pretty tired again. Saturday, so I'm going to have to take another break, I think. might be another like 15 minutes at most of course, because idle time, of course, yeah, I'm not gonna pause the stream once again, of course, but be aware I'm taking a break, basically, so I'm just getting too tired again. Alright, Jesus fucking Christ, tired body. I think I only had like a couple minutes left. I didn't really keep track, but yeah, so shit ever in the info section. So unfortunately, I seen it don't deem that important. Or okay, wait, you can, right? Right, okay, good. So yeah, I was talking about the open wheel course already in the slightest, as much as I could while I'm tired and shit. Heavy priority valid, yeah. That's like the last thing when everything was. I think that there is kind of stuff that happens like every week. It just rotates and stuff. It's not one they make a dedicated mention to ever, obviously, on like the news wires, but unfortunately, it's one of the worst ones this time. In the black box file, in my opinion, it's one of the worst. In my opinion, it is the worst, honestly, because I do really like stealth missions, so I do really like brute force file. I feel brute force file is kind of overheated, so I just gravitate towards that one a bit more. So, in my opinion, it's the worst one of them, of the four. See, I have to go like underwater in this one and stuff. I'm not the biggest on that, anyways. So. Not that I hate underwater, of course, but it's just not used that much in this game to where I care that much for it. I think I said good enough in this episode, yeah. Open wheel course pays like more than other race types. I think it's got like a second boost. Like one boost for 50% boost, just like to basically 16k to like 25k basically. Solo like 8-10 minutes or something. Another boost could maybe even got to like 50k or something like up to like solo 8-10 minutes for like max payout, whatever. Times 6, yeah, whatever, like a couple 100,000, maybe kind of like the 4 times, for example, for plus, but for 2 times instead, kind of. Or whatever. Might be a bit under that even. Cause like if it's 8k times 2, like 8k, like 50% on that. 50%, like whatever. I don't know, maybe it's like 40-ish, 50-ish K or something around there though. I'm not like more like gravitating towards 50k. But either way, one of the more profitable race, one of the more profitable race types down is open wheel races, like we're pushing earlier, basically. And yeah, the serious money obviously gets given to you if you win races, and like winning a race is even harder than like winning survival, obviously. And since you're going against other players, not against AI, of course, like I was making the point of earlier. So yeah, come basically a slightly worse pain, like survival, basically. Basically. But again, it's more motive fun and not motive money making, which is fine, obviously. But yeah. And yeah. FFB priority file again is a reminder it's Black Box, which in my opinion is the worst one, or surely one of the worst ones for most people, anyways, I'd say.
Long time no see, Oos. And you know it.
Yeah, I think I wanted to go to this, not Stash House, South 630 to the Stash House, but might be a good idea to head towards the, what's it called? That one property I go over oftentimes. For the robbery contract. Not robbery contracts, like the 10-year ones, but the salvage yard robberies, whatever it is. Would be good to kind of go for that, because that stuff changes weekly, basically.
See you around.
Everything good? See you on the flip side.
Yes, Gradia Italia RXS, RSX, yes. And this ZR350 and India BF Weevil, apparently, okay. Some instance going reverse order compared to some other times, or apparently more expensive ones on the left and then the cheapest ones on like the right. Yes, try to get over to GTA series videos, community posts, basically. Alright, but okay. Yeah, apparently BF Weevil from like Caprica Heist DLC, that compact vehicle. That one is tied to the podium robbery, apparently. AKA opposite the casino robbery. That's the robbery for it. Yeah, I wouldn't know what the vanity plate is for any of these. Not that it really matters since none of them are claimable anyways. It has max sell value of 248,000. Of yes, 248,000. Salvage value $198,400. I see. No. Let's see, and this CR 350 after that, apparently for Los Santos Tuners DLC when it was like 15-ish, or like 17-ish at the time, tuner vehicles at the time of that update, of course, for there eventually be more and more tuner vehicles, like every update, or like kind of like once a year or so-ish, or so recently there's been kind of one like every update at least, kind of at least, so. Yeah, this year 350 apparently, yeah, tuners update. Return vehicle also from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which is definitely an iconic vehicle from that game. But yeah, actually this one was the like standard range vehicle, by the way. This one's mid-range vehicle, just to be clear, by the way, I didn't say it. Yeah, max top value again on this 248,000 salvage value. $198,400, yes. Getting back to this one though, which is what I'm meant to be on, but slipping up and stuff. Yeah, this one's the mid-range vehicle, whatever for rarity, and it's like thug and robbery, the one that's at like the arena, basically. Yeah. Has a max sell value of $346,000. Of $346,000, yes. And a salvage value of $276,800. I see. And then the vehicle, iconic vehicle for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas there. From that game, of course. And then finally onto Gradia Italia RSX, of course. That sports car. This one's actually a sports car. It looks like a sports car, but yeah, it's cost as a sports car for sure. I believe this one was out in Cayo Heist, actually, like the BF Weevil was, actually. But yeah, this is clear the top range vehicle for this particular event. Parent robbery for that one is the cargo ship robbery. Okay. And with that all into account, it has a max sell value of $407,000 and a salvage value of $325,600. I see. Cool.
Yo, we good.
Take
right?
care.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna have to take another break. Honestly, I'm getting kind of tired again, I feel. Sorry, it's a bit sorry. Again, not gonna do the pause stream feature because, like, I don't know if it ever misses, like, the audio or anything. Like, it doesn't cover back or something. Something. Because my PS5 streaming tends to be glitchy or something, I feel. Because again, I kind of mentioned at the beginning, like when I first wanted to show up on my YouTube. And I was doing it for like a whole minute and stuff, so to retry and stuff. So yeah, I think I'm sorry, I want to take another 15-minute-ish break or something at most. About the third time now. And then after that, I'll go over discounts and stuff. Or go into the survival, hopefully, eventually there, of course. Around like 4-hour mark, most likely, at that point. Probably wouldn't do survival before I just started time trial, even surely, right? Thinking. Can always do a mock-up run of the time trial anyways. So like next stream if I need to, Yes, I'm going now. Going now for another nap or something. Sorry. though. Or whatever though. Honestly. Property discounts, possibly here. Alright, 2,000 good spore kicked in at some point, I think. Give me 15,726,000. Give me, yes, 15,726,000. $998. Okay, cool. Yeah, the property discount stuff is kind of on a vehicle, so I wonder if I should go over the vehicles first, and then eventually just get my way over there, or like, what? It's kind of one the game already basically mentioned on the main menu, by the way. Like, Saka stuff essentially. I guess I'll just do that now, I guess. Screw it. Yeah, for some reason there's free color, like cosmetic ones, so maybe flag's also free. Yeah, the flag still costs 25k apparently. Okay. But yeah, the color is completely free if you want to just change the colors randomly or something. Interestingly. Usually it's like 20% off, but you actually get it completely for free for a color change, which is definitely interesting. No doubt. Well, I guess she doesn't have a discount at all, looks like. And yeah, I have the other ones. I can't really like exactly like show how much they're worth or anything. But yeah, the sonar station. This is the thing that gets you that treasure stuff. That's on 2 times. Basically, that was something I already mentioned. That basically I didn't really care to bother to re-explain or anything because I don't really necessarily think there's any new material aside for what I've kind of already basically like said on the main menu, like to go over. Basically, I kind of already knew everything to say for that. Yeah, there's 30% off the sonar station and then guided missiles upgrade apparently. Yeah, guided missiles also apparently are 30% off. Those are those missiles that could just kind of guide, obviously, they're called guided missiles after all. From those seats, basically. You can actually do a headhunter with these if you're good enough with them. I was able to do half a headhunter. I was able to do half a headhunter, I think, on my review guide with them. If you're good enough with them yourself, you could probably even do like a whole headhunter yourself, actually, with these guided missiles. Which is an interesting thing you could definitely do with them. The weapon workshop, it doesn't really say there's anything going on with that, though. No. I do notice it doesn't say anything about the weapon workshop, so I wouldn't be surprised there's nothing going on with the weapon workshop, like the flag, for example. But either way, lots of different properties have a weapon workshop. It just gives you access to like the 12 Mark II weapons, 6 were initiated for the gun running DLC, which introduced, which yeah, half of them, 6 of them were added with gun running DLC, I believe, which introduced the whole like Mark II like weapon feature in the first place, and then the other 6 have been available since. Other 6 have been available since. Good, tongue twice, yes, we're going on. The other 6 marks. The other 6, yes, Mark II weapons have been available. Like since Doomsday Heist. I've been giving the initial one you could have bought during the Gunnery DLC for Weapon Workshop also had access to those as well, obviously for the Doomsday Heist ones and stuff, so like, yeah, there's a lot of different Weapon Workshops. Some of them are complimentary, for example, like the Casino Heist, like the Arcade Casino Heist, there's a complimentary Weapon Workshop for that property, where anytime you have like an active finale going, I think you can basically just use a free one or something. So there's a complimentary weapon workshop with that. It also kind of got added complimentary for like the hanger if you already had like the like mod shop basically. It's tied directly to like the mod shop you can get for your hanger, for example, to customize aircraft, since it didn't have one initially, but it eventually got one added on later on with some of those mercenaries. So that's kind of a complimentary one you might already have as well. If you bought a hanger before, so there's mercenaries basically, and you had like being the modified aircrafts with engine upgrades and stuff. So and then yeah, your moon pool vehicles apparently are on discount apparently, which are the Sparrow and the Kraken and Visa apparently for 30% off. It looks like as well, basically. Yeah, Sparrow is a very amazing grinding vehicle for the Perico Heist. Yes, it's been nerfed and stuff for the Perico Heist, but if you do it correctly, it's still one of the best money opportunities in the game if you're wanting to like go for the effort of doing it correctly. Kraken and Beast, on the other hand, is literally just like a submarine, basically, like a miniature submarine within like your big submarine. Like it's as kind of useless as it sounds like, quite frankly, since it's not like you pilot the actual socket itself most times, most likely. Unless you're adjusting like its position for like what's it called, like unless you're adjusting the position of it or anything for like your yacht defenses or anything, you utilize your yacht defenses with your Kasaka or like a super deadly combo game or something, basically. Unless you're doing something like that, you're probably not like piloting the Kasaka that much, honestly, I would say. So obviously Kraken and Visa being like an interesting submarine in that submarine is kind of the same way, but like worse in a sense. Like I think it does get the I think you can use the sonar for it, but again, as long as you have like the Torador, there's like no reason to use the Kraken and Visa if you have like the Torador, like the Rocket Boost submarine car, and you buy separately as a separate vehicle listed on the Warstock Cash Carry website. After all. Yeah. 30% to Sparrow especially can be pretty good though, and definitely. And vehicle discounts. If I've seen something before, I don't know. Tired ass. Whatever. Probably just spot my carpet, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, I was seeing something. The arena and Benny's, I don't feel there's going to be anything on those, if I recall right, basically. Yeah, no, nothing on those sites. The Elite should be the first thing to have anything, it seems, for our website here. Starting with the Alpha Z1. So the Alpha Z1, if this was a couple updates ago or something was going over this discount, I would say it's kind of not worth it because of the lack of hanger storage with only 20 slots, but ever since Mackenzie Hanger came out, you can get anywhere from 35 to 40 hanger slots, which is plenty to have enough space for the Alpha Z1, like a lot of extra aircrafts now as of the last update. So since it is customizable with performance upgrades and stuff, you know, some others run DLC onwards and therefore requiring a personal hangar, I think it is worth it for those performance benefits and stuff, especially if you do, especially yes, if you have any plan on doing like air races, or like plane races in particular, anything, then it is actually pretty much one of the best vehicles in the game for that. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so back onto Brevity 152's vehicle spreadsheet, basically. Yeah, this being a plane would actually be listed in extra classes, so therefore it's not going to be like a letter tier, I believe, to go over on this vehicle, basically. So just be aware of that. We had Alpha Z1, okay, it was pretty much near the top. I guess the Raiju kind of confirmed it now. It is apparently second place for lap time. Or wait, hold on, no. Let me go over the price, actually. I didn't go over the price much. We had a price, $1,595,000. On a trade price, yes, to $1,116,500. Like around 480-ish thousand dollars. 478 500 actually, maybe, because of 1,500 difference, maybe. But yes. So for the trade price, by the way, on this, since it is a smuggler's run aircraft, you have to do a set amount of sales, I believe, for your hangar. It could just be one item, I think you could even do tongue twister circle like one. I think it could even be just one item for your hangar if you actually want to like breeze for all the trade prices. You just sell like one thing of cargo, basically. Now, I don't know, since they add the like land sales later on, by the way, if those count for like trade prices for the air stuff, or if it has to be like an air sale. But, yeah, at least air sales for the hangar business. That's how you get the trade price, at least in that way. Again, I'm not sure if the land ones count. But yeah, that could maybe, depending on like how they introduced all that stuff, exchange mercenaries and stuff. Or whatever. It's pretty good. But anyways, that's what I was saying before I forgot that I didn't go over the trade price and stuff and all that. Yeah, obviously one is apparently second place on lap time and seventh place for top speed apparently, but apparently. So it actually did get dethroned as the number one for the planes class, apparently by the F-160 Raiju, but there might be certain cases where you might not be able to use F-160 Raiju because like it's weapons or whatever. Maybe there's a case in a race where it wouldn't be usable or something because like if it's weapons and stuff, if it's even like a raceable aircraft or anything. So obviously one could always be kind of a good one to have just in case for racing and off since you cannot use like F-160 Raiju for like a plane race. And again, since you have 35, like 40-ish slots up to now for the hangar, it definitely is one that's actually very worthwhile to have, I would say. After like a lot of time where it was kind of a throwaway over other much more interesting aircrafts, basically. But yeah, when Smugglers runs, it does require a hangar to own it, and therefore has performance upgrades and stuff. Nimbus is adding the Finance Bounty DLC, which is like, I believe mid-2016. Apparently Passmode's is disabled in type of vehicle here, basically. Yeah, Passmode's disabled in this type of vehicle, yeah, because it has like drinks or something in the back or whatever, so you cannot go pass mode in this, which I really don't think pass mode is really that big of a deal. And I never use pass mode, I don't know, like, unless you're like some super extra ass motherfucker or something, I don't really need to use pass mode anyways, quite frankly, but yeah. Yes. Again, another planes it would count as extra classes, so there's no letter like T or anything. But the Nimbus, apparently, is 17th place for a lap time, as well as like 16th place top speed. And for planes, apparently there's 39 of the planes in the game. So that's actually above average for both metrics. I didn't even bother seeing that for Alpha C1, which clearly was being single digit for both lap and top speed. In this case, being 17th and 16th, it's all above average, at least for the performances of the Nimbus, so cool. And yeah, goes from 1.9 million to 1,350,000, so that's clearly like $570,000. It seems off of that. No trade price for it, I'm pretty sure. I think it's the basic price for everybody, so Nimbus does not have a trade price. I'm very certain on 100%. I think it was like import-export where they started introducing the trade prices pretty much, I think. So yeah, I think it was like the update for like a couple updates or so before that. So yeah, makes sense, just not trade price. Yeah, I was there for the latest website, it looks like just those 2 planes there really. Oh, and I didn't necessarily mention yet, but yeah, it's Pegasus, since it came out before Smugglers Run. It is a Pegasus aircraft, just keep in mind. So yeah, it is Pegasus, and there's no storage limit on Pegasus, by the way, so there's no worry about running out like some kind of storage by buying the Nimbus. So if you have a lot of money to spare and you could afford to buy the Nimbus, you might as well just buy the Nimbus, honestly, since, yeah. There's no storage limit to worry about on Pegasus compared to like your actual properties where you physically have vehicles in a physical property. There's literally no storage limit whatsoever on a Pegasus vehicle. It's whatever Rockstar wants it to speed, basically. It seems. You know what, your Motorsport, I think, has 2 vehicles that look like for discount. With one of them being the Benefactor Shalagan GT for the Ring Award DLC from that DLC. Going from $1.3 million up to 910,000. Any trade prices for that update were like the weaponized things, so this one does not have a trade price. Definitely not. Definitely not. Unless they give it a trade price for something like Tom Casino Heist, which I don't think they did. So yeah, I think it's the price for everybody here. So minus $390,000 from 1.3 million and 910,000. Pretty definitely sure on that. Definitely. Yeah, this is a sports car here. So back to having like a letter tier to go over as well, basically. Shogun GT, I don't think necessarily holds up the greatest nowadays. If anything, I think it might be better top speed and lap time. Actually, it might be one of those kinds. If I'm remembering right, but I'll be going over all that regardless, of course. Alright, I finally found it, okay. But apparently the Shogun GT is in the E tier, apparently for sports class, going to roughly 132's vehicle spreadsheet. And that gives it 45th place, apparently for lifetime, as well as 26th place, yes, for top speed. Yes. And for sports class, apparently, there is 117 sports cars, yeah, so 40s at like absolute worst is above average then for both metrics then, so it is above average for both lap time top speeds, so that's obviously good at a minimum, at least. Yeah, being in the 40s, I think all of the HSW vehicles have a better lap time than, and definitely, I'm pretty sure. And there's 6 of the sport HSWs, I believe. Which at best means it'd be like 39th place then for a lap time, and 26th place top speed down to 20th place, basically. Giving it almost in the 10s at all, but like in a 20, in the 20s instead, over here to number 20 spot. But yeah, its metrics are actually pretty fine, definitely, for performance, I would say. Being like 40s and 30s for like lap time, and like 20s for top speed is nowhere near the worst, but also not exactly nowhere near the best either, per se. Not even the 10s at all. I don't know if I would necessarily suggest going for that one, quite frankly, on the average, though, unfortunately. Unless you're like the biggest fan of like sports cars, or like any sort of customization, personal preference kind of reason, really. Unless for something like that, I wouldn't necessarily go out the way to get that one, though. Don't know. No, no, no. Alright, apparently I was kind of maybe thinking it was Baller ST, but no, right, it's just a regular Baller ST. Instead of regular Baller ST. Ironically, this one actually was a free vehicle at one point during like contract DLC we were first initially released. In the month of December, it was like the festive vehicle. It was the free festive vehicle, so anything that's not free is basically kind of a ripoff on this vehicle. But either way, it's very cheap, $667,500. No trade price, I'm pretty sure it's just the price it is. The $467,250, which is clearly $200,250 or whatever. It seems. Puts it under 500K on like the 30% discount or whatever it's going for, really. And it's not the worst performing SUV, but again, the STD is basically just a better baller ST. Basically, like with a similar namesakes and everything. If it SUV's class, this one apparently it's in the B tier. Actually, it's in the middle of the B tier for some reason. Maybe it fell off harder than I thought, but yeah. 14th place apparently for lap time, as well as 17th place top speed. Oh yeah, okay, that did kind of fall off more than I thought, actually. And for SUVs, apparently there is a total of 52 of those in the game. So it is definitely for sure above average for both metrics. Like the Schlag and GT from earlier, so that's good at least. That's good at least. Yeah, 14th, again, I think there's 4 HSWs at this point. I think all 4 are better for a lap time, I think. So it actually would be in top 10 just barely, actually, without the HSW into account. So if you're on PlayStation 4 responsible PC Legacy, it is actually within top 10 to where I would consider it actually pretty somewhat usable, actually. But then it's like 17th place, yes, for top speed, basically. Which, yeah, -4 there is only 13th, which is a couple placements out of that top 10, unfortunately. But, I mean, it's not that bad, definitely not. Very much not, no doubt. Yeah. It performs okay, alright-ish. Maybe, actually. Actually does perform kind of alright, given it can hit top 10 on a lot of time without HSW into account. Which it can also do on like current platforms, of course, if HSW is disabled in like a race or something for whatever reason or something, of course. Yeah. Obviously that's most irrelevant for the legacy platform, so... Yeah, I think that's truly it, though. Yes. For that website, of course. I think it's just Warstock and Stubborn at this point, I believe. And yeah, the Kasaka was renovations. I don't know if the actual property is in discount, by the way. It's maybe not. Maybe not. Unfortunately. But either way, the Kasaka stuff is really good to get access to Cayo Perico Heist. While Cayo Perico Heist was nerfed so much to the point where I don't play anymore personally. If you still do it correctly enough, it could very much still be a very good opportunity, of course. In the slightest sense, of course. Squatty, I think, is, yeah, the first one. It's on a discount, basically. Want to be quite a couple of things from Cobra Guys DLC, like quite a few actually, including the Kasaka itself actually. Right. So Kasaka itself not on discount, it's just upgrades and more basically. Quite a few to several Cobra Guys, like discounts actually. Yeah, the Mammoth Squatty is another SUV, pretty sure. Now, I think when this initially released, I actually don't remember if it's had a trade price when initially released it. I think it eventually got a trade price, though, I believe. Might even got vaulted at a period of time. Yeah. San Andreas Mercenaries might have also vaulted it for a very brief period of time until it came back for some kind of, like, game mode they released or something. Might have been the assault on Cayo Perico. That might have came out and then it got brought back on the website or something. No lock-on gem looks like on this one, unfortunately, no. But yes. Squatty, I don't know. It's actually kind of a disappointing vehicle, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like what, $254,000 of ish off, I think, on this vehicle. It's like a military style SUV, basically, or something. But it's basically even worse SUV. It is basically going to be. It is, yes, basically. It's basically, it's going to be even worse SUV than Baller ST, but yes. Squatty apparently is at the bottom of the H tier, according to the spreadsheet, though. And that gives it enough for 37th place for lap time, as well as 35th place top speed, yes. Yeah, it's out of 52 SUVs in the game, so it's just not that good. 37th, 35th would also at best be like 33rd and 31st, basically, for the lap time and top speed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the 30s, no matter what how you slice it all, is just not, like, above average. It's below average on both metrics. And I think it has armor plating stuff on it, and it's just cosmetic, and I don't know if it has, like, armor plating stuff, so... Squatty's, unfortunately, pretty disappointing, sadly. It's a very disappointing thing, though, essentially. Essentially. Yeah, sadly, it's a very disappointing SUV on this Squatty, though. Two more vehicle discounts from the Cobra Guys DLC. Apparently, you have the Kurtz 31 Patrol Boat, which, yeah, by the way, does count as a Pegasus vehicle, because, again, they don't use the water much, which was kind of the point with black box files, so there's no dedicated, like, property for storing watercraft, like customizable boats, unfortunately. So it is just unfortunately a Pegasus vehicle. Like you can't like customize boats or like your yacht or nothing. So yeah, so it's just a Pegasus vehicle. And it has like a gun on the front and the back, kind of like some of the only attack boats in the game alongside the weaponized like dinghy. Honestly, it sadly wasn't what I wanted it to be for an attack boat. I think in Grand Theft Auto like 3 and Liberty City Stories, I think in those the police boats in like Grand Theft Auto 3 Liberty City Stories, I think do have like machine guns that are front mounted that machine guns, I think they're front mounted, yeah, that allow you to like use like solo weaponry. But yeah, sadly the GTA 9 attack boats, they do require like another player for the gun. It's really to make them all that worthwhile. So unless you're like me and collecting like every single weaponized vehicle in the game, it's honestly kind of a skip to be honest. But even then, again, it is Pegasus, so there's no storage limit on Pegasus vehicles. So if you have the money, you might as well just buy it. Oh, and right before I go any further, $2,260,000, $1,551,065. Be like 600. Like 65-ish thousand or something around that amount, I believe, like off of the vehicle, basically on a trade price. Again, as a reminder, yeah, Cayo Perico highs having trade prices are mostly tied to like certain like approaches or something. So you have like a Kurtz 31 patrol boat, basically like. What's it called? What was I saying again? Anyways, that fixes some weird stuff. How it's not so usable like attack bow. Yeah, it's like $660,000. Yeah. But a lot of like major carbon heist DLC vehicles have like an approach basically you can do with it or something. If you do like a certain approach with the, if yes you do a certain approach with the Kurtz 31 patrol boat, I think it gives you the trade price. Might have been actually what I was saying. Actually, I think I should sure got to finish that there. I'm just kind of tired and stuff. Yes. Yeah, Kurtz 31 patrol boat. I actually don't think there's any explosive resistance on this thing, unfortunately, so you have to be like really careful with this thing. Like this thing's a slower attack boat than even the like weaponized dinghy, but yeah, they don't have any explosive resistance on this vehicle if I recall, sadly. And again, water aquatic stuff is like super limited in the game. You don't actually have a lot to do on that kind of area, unfortunately, as it currently stands. Anyways, which is definitely very much unfortunate, no doubt. Yeah, unless you care to collect every single weaponized vehicle, and it's not going to be most worth it. So, but again, no storage on Pegasus. You might as well just get it if you absolutely want to, though. It's not like it's going to be cheaper much anytime soon. Most likely. And then, last but not least, or next one, in particular, anyways, is Stolf. On a trade price again, it's $1,092,000, $1,031,000. 800 like 70 like almost $871,000. I'm a little short of that, I believe. On trade price discount. Again, trade price. There is an approach with this one or something. It's pretty much seen kind of it for the trade price for this, like for the Kurtz 31 patrol bow. Yeah, weaponized and stealth capability. Yes. The vehicle does, yes, have machine guns, I believe. Sadly, they're actually not anywhere near as good as the Annihilator. It's like machine guns, and I'm talking about the day one Annihilator, by the way. Yeah, sadly, DLC kind of helicopter like machine guns, they've kind of went away from like super powerful ones. Seems they've started prioritizing like machine guns that last longer in dogfights instead of ones that finish up dogfights are super quick, like the Annihilator guns for like the day one Annihilator for GTA Online and on October 1st, 2013. Since yes, unfortunately, you do not have access to the Annihilator in single player for which means, unfortunately, there's just no Annihilator in the single player at all, unfortunately for the basic one. So yeah, the guns are not as good as the day one Annihilator, which is kind of pathetic. That's kind of way DLC vehicles have won for helicopters, unfortunately. And yeah, it has missiles as well. I assume it's like the Aquila, if I remember right, where you have to choose between like homing or the barrage missiles. Obviously, homing is the way to go, so you can lock on the vehicles and do grinding content much more efficiently and everything. And what's that? And yeah, it's a stealth helicopter like the Aquila, like the fucking Aquila. It's a stealth helicopter, which is kind of definitely pretty cool. Apparently this thing does have a rappel feature as far as I've heard, I believe, on it as well, if I recall right. Or if you're on like a side seat or something, at least a side seat, or you are allowed to like rappel safely on the helicopter if it's like super stationary or something, perhaps. I've heard of it. Yes. Yeah, this one either has more seats or less seats than the Aquila. I think it actually has more seats. I mean, this is like, what, like a 6-seater, whereas the Aquila is like 4-seater. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, this might have 2 more seats, and there's like the unique rappel feature that make it stand out. Because, like, quite frankly, this is actually a worse stealth helicopter than the Aquila, which is kind of embarrassing. That one for years prior to it actually was better, basically. Sometimes that'd be how it happens. Apparently. Yeah, stealth, it's talkable, like on-off stealth, basically like the cool again. It's not like the ultralight stealth where you have to be like a certain speed or something, I believe, but yeah. It's a helicopter, has stealth capabilities. Helicopters are some of the best grinding vehicles in the whole entire game, so... And now there's absolutely a very good asset or something I definitely have on here. Like, stealth. Yeah, toggleable stealth capabilities. And yeah, being a helicopter makes an absolutely amazing grinding helicopter in the game, definitely. So it's a very super amazing vehicle for grinding, for sure. That's cool, of course. Yeah. Absolutely amazing grinding helicopter, absolutely. Helicopters are some of the best vehicles to use in the game. For grinding purposes in particular, at least. And yeah, I think instant pickup's also actually on a discount, and it's not just glitched at the moment, I believe. I think that looked like it was actually it, basically. I don't know. But yeah, holiday gift from Rockstar, yeah. Except I already owned the vehicle before that, so I was just never able to claim it, basically. So yeah, it was a holiday gift. You could get it for free. So anything that's not free is kind of a ripoff at this point, unfortunately, when it comes to this vehicle. But like, it's a pretty good vehicle if you do not yet have it for some reason. For sure, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, it's $1,350,000 on a trade price. I think technically, because I think for high steel C vehicles, they eventually added trade prices to them. I believe. I think back then, like when heist update first came out, you had to actually do the heist to get the vehicles. But many years down the line, I think they eventually added trade prices, so you could technically say it's a cheaper price. There is technically a buy now price now for those high steel vehicles. That'd probably make this cost more around 2 million, I'm guessing, with a buy now or something. Yes. Again, I think import export was the first one to actually like have trade prices for DLCs. Yeah, OG Heist did not initially have trade prices. They didn't add one during Gunrunning DLC, I don't think. So yeah, I think they eventually added a trade price with the Heist DLC. Vehicles finally gain trade prices and buy it now instead of being like forced to buy it now, like after you do certain like important missions in the game or whatever. But yeah. Yeah. It's like 8-seater or something crazy. 9-seater, actually, maybe even. Absolutely insane seat capacity on this vehicle, definitely. Explosive resistance is kind of like 6 to 9-ish, I think, on the missiles. Which, yeah, even then is not that good, actually. If remembering correctly, of course. And yes, Pegasus can't be stored in a garage. Partially true for the basic one and the Heist DLC, for the weaponized pickup one in particular, but yeah, 2 years later, Gunrunning DLC they actually added the Insertion Pickup Custom, which is basically a customized version of that actually can be stored in a garage. And you kind of upgrade it to like Insertion Pickup Custom, like it's a Benny's vehicle, basically. And it's actually a pretty worthwhile one to do as well, definitely. Whatever. The actual Insertion Pickup itself, yeah. Honestly, the actual one is kind of mid as fuck, honestly. You definitely want to turn this to a custom version so you can get like. There's armor plating, I believe, that restricts your weaponry, which might give you more bullet protection, but maybe it doesn't, so it's kind of maybe just better to take off that armor plating and be able to use stick bombs out of it and have other people be able to actually use stuff and not just like the gunner seat, basically. Basically. And yeah, you can upgrade the gun to mini. You can upgrade the machine gun, I think, to minigun on the custom version. You can turn into if you want to upgrade it, basically. Which yeah, you always have the Pegasus version. You can always spawn a regular pickup for your Pegasus. You don't lose it permanently when you do custom battle way on this one. This is China Pegasus. You basically have an infinite amount, basically. Like I've kind of been explaining for Pegasus vehicles. Yeah, again, you can turn the top gun to like a minigun on the custom version. Armor plating. This thing does have access to proximity mine, like vehicle proximity mines as well. It's a custom vehicle, which actually makes it kind of good for solo content if you use it correctly, which is interesting, as I've kind of shown in my vehicle review guide, actually. Anything else, though? Yeah. Oh, and yeah, I think it changes the way the armor works as well on the custom pickup custom, actually. Where if you're inside the vehicle, it does get a significant buff, I think, to the, like, explosive resistance. So being exposed resistance gets a huge buff compared to what it is on the basic and the pickup insurgent. That does not have the... I mean, it's not like a newer vehicle or something with like better armor and stuff all. But whatever, no. Whatever, no. Honestly, I'm kind of all over the place here because I am kind of tired of building. It's sad I am going to take another break, I think, honestly, so I'm not tired. Fucking damn it. So I get to the 7 vehicles after that, I guess. Or maybe even also go over this again. So I'm just not tired, but still. So yeah, I'm not gonna pause the stream yet again. I will be taking a break. So bye. Oh my god, man. Tired again, man, I swear. The hell, I'll just go on the stubborn vehicles. I'm not going back to the search and pickup then, and then... But yes. Karen hiring Everon though, apparently. I mean, this one does have a trade price, right? I think they had a trade price for this, I think, when it first released. I think the Saber also had a trade price eventually, maybe when it first released too, could be wrong. But if there's a trade price for it, it's pretty much tied to hiring races somehow though, which aren't really in the game anymore, sadly, I believe. So, like, I don't know if they ever, like, removed the trade price for that reason, or, like, what, and just gave people the trade price, or, like, what, like, I know they did that with, like, the scramjet, where there just was no longer, I know they did it with the scramjet, where there was, like, no longer a trade price, but I don't feel like they did that out there. I think there's a trade price for it. We had $1,000,000 for $14,500, $939,000. That's like 400 free thousand, like 402,050 or something. I think. Could actually get my phone where I left it in. So hold on. Yeah, again, hot ring ever, and again, I left my phone on my bed, so I had to get that shit. Fucking. Yes. Again. So in sports car, yeah, all the hot rings are sports cars, though, regardless of what the original vehicle class is. For the non, hot ring version. Alright, apparently the hot ring Everon. Is apparently in the J tier for the sports class. In fact, that's apparently where all the hot rings are for sports class. Apparently is the J tier. Interestingly. It's the worst of the free hot rings apparently for lap time. which gives it 91st place apparently. And it also apparently gets 25th place for top speed apparently. Yes. Yeah. And -6 would give it like 85th at like absolute best for lap time. So lap time is below average for the class no matter what platform you're on, basically. And in 25th place to like 19th place, -6 for top speed. Puts into 10s at least without HSW into account. Is actually not all that bad at all, I would say there. So it's for the fact it's not actually in the top 10, basically. I mean, several placements out of the top 10 at that point is not anywhere near the worst for sure there. They're there. It is the best hot ring for top speed, apparently. Which is actually pretty good, since... Yeah. Apparently the actual Rockstar created hot ring races actually do apparently tend to prioritize the top speed. Because apparently they are like stunt tracks and stuff, so it kind of makes sense, I guess. The hot ring races are apparently a rare circumstance where you actually want top speed over lap time, so this one actually is arguably the best hot ring, apparently. At least as far as I've heard from roughly 152, it's actually the case where it's one of the rare circumstances where you would actually want top speed over a lap time for hot ring stuff in particular. Like you had or not in the game much anymore, but yeah, it's still kind of best hot rings apparently. Just be where that basically. And then after that, for the vehicle there from Dangerous Mercenaries, you'll see, I think it was Dangerous Mercenaries, or no. That was the other one, Hiring Hellfire, yeah. Hiring Everon, yeah. Or maybe it's this one that had a trade price and not at all, Everon. For some reason, I forget. Either way, it might have a trade price, maybe not, I forget. After that, yeah, for the one there, during Los Santos Star Wars DLC, number FF or Summer Special was, or yeah, about to put number FF, 1 million for 80,000, 96,000 minus 400 and like, yeah, minus 416 or no, 414,000, I believe, yeah, dollars there. No trade price for sure. Summer Special was an infamous update with like no drip feed and stuff. So yeah, not really surprising there, but yeah. Yes, number FF though. Another sports car, but weird actually. Yes. Alright, found on this spreadsheet looks like. So apparently this vehicle is in the F tier for the sports class, which is main tiers for a sports class. That's actually not that bad in a sense, kinda. But it's still F. It's still kind of bad though. After all. Yeah, apparently it's 48th place for lap time, as well as 98th place top speed. Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh. Well, 48 minus 6, that's 42. And 98 minus 6, like 92. But yeah, it is above average for the class for lap time at least, but yeah, it's very much below average for the class for top speed. Yeah, this vehicle, not really a performance vehicle for the most part. It's more customization for preference reasons to get this one and everything. So cool, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that's not worth it. Hiring everyone, I feel is worth it, because at least it can be used in the hiring races. On the rare occasion they may bring them back, of course. But the Penumbra FF, I don't really necessarily think that's not worth it. But still. Yeah, I think there's at least a couple more discounts on the website here, and then it's every vehicle discounts from there, basically. Still got gun van over though, by the way, just keep in mind. Just keep in mind now. But yes, both go-karts apparently, yes, are still available, basically. Or, not, like, still available, but they're on discount, I mean, of course, I mean. And I wasn't mentioning percentages, by the way, but yeah. Every single vehicle discount actually is a 30% off, apparently, though. No. Kind of what I was thinking, but yeah, just good to have confirmation there, I guess, yeah. But yes, it's a Stinka Vita Modern. Stinka Vita Modern, yes. 1,500 away from 300K, basically. $298,500 savings, I believe. Vitas are actually considered some of the worst for the sports class in the game in terms of general performance. Rockstar themselves also haven't really made much go-kart content besides for, again, I think Car Crash Full Auto I mentioned, I think, for Deathmatch. Which I don't know if you can actually use custom ones on those or not. Either way, they don't have like proper official go-kart races for Rockstar Grid, so like, they're kind of underused, unfortunately. So there's not too much use for them, officially speaking. They're kind of just meme vehicles for the most part, I feel. But yeah, the Vita Modern and Classic are the bottom two non-raceable options. There's only 4 non-raceable sport cars to make up half of them. Yeah, this one between non-raceable is like 3rd place for laptop top speed, which is probably also like, even with not segregating like non-raceable, it's probably like the worst of the worst, basically. I don't know, does seem to get like a 111 for a lap time, which actually does seem better in like the O tier vehicles, apparently, which is like the worst of the letter tier. It's actually better than all the N tier vehicles as well, apparently, so there might be like several vehicles that actually has a better lap time for the class, which is interesting, it seems, but yeah. Yes. That's still having like the mid 100s, I think, at best, though, which is not really good. Or even a little after the mid 100s, actually, it's kind going a little higher, I think, there on the spreadsheet, looking at it and stuff. But yes, yeah, third place top speed. It's the worst vehicle even for top speed. I found it. Okay. The Chameleon, it looks like, for the class is the worst top speed, actually. Alright, yeah, actually it does have the, like, second worst though as well when it comes to top speed. And Beetle Classic, when it comes to the lap time, is actually the worst one. Oh, and, hold on, right, Beetle Classic. This one, by the way, I think also was a free vehicle in particular for this one. This one was a free vehicle, I think, as a reward for, like, a heist challenge, I think, and, like, around festive times for 2021. I think this was basically a free festive gift, basically, for that year. If I remember correctly, basically. Or actually, this would have been 2020. I think 2021 was actually the Baller ST for the free vehicle, yeah. So this one would have been 2020's free vehicle, I believe, for festive vehicle. So anything that's, like, not free, anything not free is kind of a rip-off on this vehicle, just be aware of that. But yeah, 30% off, 895,000, 626,500. Yeah, like around $270-ish thousand around there, basically. 268,500, maybe even actually. It is the worst of the 4 non-raceable vehicles for a lap time, and it even seems to have the worst in general lap time for sports class, and obviously even at top speed. So yeah, Vito Classic's a complete joke, whereas Vito Modern at least does actually have a better lap time than actual proper sports class vehicles, it seems. So yeah, complete joke vehicles that sadly don't have much use, unfortunately. I think they actually ironically do have explosive resistance, but the explosive resistance really doesn't matter too much in the vehicles since, like, they're very open and they're not, like, enclosed at all. So even if it does have explosive resistance on the go-kart, it's not much point since you die anyways, since the vehicle isn't, like, completely enclosed, which is a feature of the vehicle, basically. So yeah, if you were to get blown up by something in a vehicle, it's the go-kart, and the go-kart would actually maybe survive, at least when it comes to free mode, but then your character actually dies because of it not being an enclosed vehicle, which is interesting, definitely. Yeah, so every single vehicle discount covered now, for sure. Sorry if I was kind of slow and stuff in certain ones, like certain pickup especially and stuff, but like I was trying everything I could to say it, to mention everything I could, even if it was slow, so like, yeah, I'm just kinda wanting to get back to it and stuff. So there's still the gun ban to cover, but yeah, maybe I'll do just W time trial before getting to the one thing, basically for the survival. That way I can just do the survival and then not have to worry about anything else. Basically. Might be an ideal thing to do, really. I'm pretty sure it's not find the gunman at all yet, so yes. Actually, might not even need to do that. Might still be in this game. Yeah, okay. Especially because I didn't like get kicked for idling, which might have impacted that being there, which might have been why I jumped to that before or something. But yeah, I didn't actually find the gun van at all. I don't think this stream it, so yeah, I'll get TMPT over here just in case, but yeah, I didn't find it, so I'll probably just go for it on the weapon wheel and then I'm very certain I didn't like miss finding that gun van or something. I'm pretty sure I never usually would mess that up. I'm sure. See, the ranger steered my vehicle in a certain way. Plus, I was kind of also in my home menu, I think, as well, so that also did something with that. I think. Alright, checking my stream, since I don't really need the spreadsheet anymore, it's one for all the vehicles, so I should just be able to focus on checking my stream then. So awesome. So yeah, for any gun van discounts, by the way, this event, apparently, they're exclusive entirely for the 2 discounts for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced. Because one's on an exclusive weapon for those platforms, and then the other one is tied to the Plus subscription. So that's why the discounts will be exclusive this time for the Gunman 2 to newer platforms. Just to be clear. CG, there is a discount for 8th generation as well. Like the Legacy platforms, of course, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. Legacy, but the way they did it, but the way they did it this time, there's not apparently. I was like, what is Simeon's gonna call, whatever, who cares. And even if it wasn't whatever one, I'm sure it was just a useless phone call anyways. Yeah, looks like the service carbine will be the first one I'm going for here. That's not whatever it's called. Basically, yeah. Yeah, first one I'm going over that's not on some kind of discount, so that's why I'm going over this one first. You know, it's like the third one in like the list or something on the newswire at least. Yeah, service carbine. I believe this weapon was out during the Criminal Enterprises DLC. This weapon you can actually technically get for free, I believe, if you do like the crime scenes where you get like the different like parts for the like gun or whatever, if you wanted to do it that way. However, you can always buy an ammunition or something. This was, of course, again, Criminal Enterprises DLC. I think the gun van got introduced in like Los Angeles Drug Wars DLC, so you can also buy just like ammunition as well. Maybe even the agency, if you can actually buy new weapons at the agency, even. So yeah, quite frankly, this weapon, buying it's kind of just wasting money basically if you want to just do like a random event a few times. But I don't know if it's like quite worth shooting for it. I don't know if it's quite worth shooting for crime scenes quite a few times at this point, since it does have a full-on release in the animation, all that stuff. But you do get a little bit of a discount, I think, like in a general sense when it comes to the gun van compared to like other places, like retailers for guns, so it is kind of worth going for. If you want to just fast track through it, don't want to worry about the like random event, then yeah, it's absolutely worth buying it for sure, I would say. The gun van, but yeah. Yeah, it has a super insane fire rate and also super insane accuracy, because fire rate apparently also kind of determines the accuracy in a sense. literally like the only things that have better accuracy according to in-game stats, it seems, is anything that's like Mark II, basically. Basically. But fire rate and accuracy is absolutely insane for those stats for the surface carbon, which I think just proves how good it is, and the fact you have the option to build it, and you have the option to build it in a more complicated sense. I think also kind of proves like how good this weapon would be if they go that far as to let you build it basically for like random events. Yeah, surface carbon is pretty nice. And then it's apparently the basic sniper rifle up next, apparently. All reliable when it comes to the sniper rifles, for sure. The heavy sniper and the marksman also do have, yeah, Mark II versions. Gee, another chain that cloak, that's crazy. Yeah, every other sniper in the game, aside for precision, actually, and I just have precision. The gun locker is all the one that's in there, actually. Yeah, the main good ones do have Mark II versions, so yeah. If you have heavy, of course, of explosive like me, marksman, you have like some kind of special thing. Kind of just is you one good sniper rifle of like traditional rounds, which is something valuable to have if you need it for like a stealth mission or something, of course, for like far range stealth mission stuff. So it always is a good or reliable to have, definitely. Absolutely. Talk to us, yes, bro. Yes, absolutely. Very good weapon to have. As a or reliable for stealth missions. Or after that is the flare gun. Got a flare gun. Interesting utility weapon. I think with the high steel, see up until like Smuggler's Run, it was just like a cosmetic flare it would shoot. When they add flares though, as a countermeasure though, for like Smuggler's Run, they actually added the countermeasure like functionality over to the flare gun. You know, if I'm not saying stuff on by accident times, but yeah. When they added like the actual countermeasures to the like aircrafts and Smuggler's Run, yeah, they added kind of functionality to the gun as well. So you can use this to redirect missiles if you absolutely need to. However, the main problem is a lot of vehicles in this game actually don't have a cooldown on the missiles. So yeah, vehicles without like a missile cooldown, they will actually pretty much penetrate through that regardless. But if you have an encounter with a vehicle that has like a missile cooldown and you know it does, like something like the Buzzard or like Weaponized Kanata, the Avenger, vehicles like that do have the missile cooldown. You can maybe counter those kind of good with the flare gun. Basically, or somewhat counter them. But I don't know, I honestly kind of feel like there's a lot more vehicles in the game with no cooldown than vehicles with cooldown at this point. Could be wrong, but they have kind of went back to the last bunch of like vehicle missiles. They released like the F-160 Raiju, Weaponized Kanata, Avenger. The latest batch have actually kind of went back to that, interestingly. I feel a lot of it's just like copy pasting like F-160 Raiju stuff and being necessary with the missile cooldown on the other vehicles like Weaponized Kanata I can actually use, you know, like weapon cooldown. Whatever. But it's definitely a very interesting utility weapon. Albeit the utility isn't necessarily the most useful because like flares on actual aircrafts tend to be better on average, I feel. Might be able to spam them easier on an aircraft than like on foot. I could be wrong, but yeah. Either way, flares in general aren't as good as chaff or countermeasure, and there's no like, you know, no chaffing. As far as I understand, flares can be glitchy when it comes to countering missiles, so from what I hear. Alright, and then there's the pool cue after that, apparently. After that, apparently. The pool cue that was added during the Heights, not Heights DLC, but the Bikers DLC. Excuse me, I don't know why I had Heights in my head. I think that's because of the flare gun that I just piercing over and broken drive shit. Let's see. But yeah, of course, the main gimmick of like the melee weapons in the Bikers DLC, what are so many of those, I think was because they added the Biker Melee feature, where on a motorcycle you can actually use like a melee weapon, basically. Yeah, on a motorcycle you can use melee weapons, essentially. But yeah, if you do certain button combinations there, you can use like melee weapons and like motorcycles, and I think that's the main reason they added like a bunch of them in Barker's DLC. So yeah, that's pretty much all the pool cue does. They sadly didn't add like the pool billiards minigame back in the game or anything with the Bikers DLC, so you can't really do like a sport like activity thing with it, unfortunately. But yeah, so it's really just something to use for Biker Melee. Aside for just basically using it as like a melee weapon, essentially. Alright, and for 2 discount ones, it is, there might have only been one that really fit for PlayStation 5 as well as Series X/S PC and Stack exclusive, and that is the El Strickler. Kind of a pseudo military rifle Mark II if they were to have added like a Mark II weapon to the game. It's kind of a pseudo Mark II military rifle, essentially. Yeah, this kind of pseudo Mark II military rifle has a scope like the other one. One thing for a con actually is it does not have a suppressor, unfortunately. So you cannot use it really for stealth missions if you want to use some kind of military rifle. With stealth, it has to be the traditional military rifle for some kind of stealth. This does have a unique blue flashlight, which no other kind of like weapon has, which is a cool, unique cosmetic. I definitely like that. It actually shoots tracer rounds as well. So this thing does shoot some kind of tracers, which helps you lead your shots, of course. Which I think is the reason they don't have a suppressor on this is, of course, you can have like the tracers, and it can let you see like better at night, like how good you're shooting and whatnot. It's kind of way to balance it, I guess. It has tracers and it has the 9999 as well, by the way. Because tracers on Mark II weapons itself actually are limited to like 300-ish or so at most, I think. Which is not that much. And also apparently the tracers only shoot like every 3 shots or something, as far as I've heard as well. I don't use tracers much to verify myself, but apparently they only like activate every 3rd shot, apparently. So you have to go out the way to waste like a bunch of ammo to finally be able to have a shot that does it guaranteed or something, basically. So it's nice not to, so it is, yes, nice not to even worry about that for the El Strickler. For sure. Not having like a super limited amount of ammo with the tracers on it and stuff, so. Yeah, I think that's about it. Basically for that one. El Strickler is definitely a very good weapon. That's why I do use it in the stash houses over the assault shotgun. I just do like it that much. This is a tracer weapon with like the normal like ammo cap and the couple few hundred rounds, where it's also only every like third shot as well. So having like the only weapon in the game with like a permanent like tracer effect is pretty cool, of course. That's not something like the Widowmaker, something where it doesn't matter as much, I would say, really. For like the laser kind of tracers, which the main purpose of them aren't really to be tracers, I mean, but still. Yeah, it's 30% off only on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, HS, PC Enhanced. Because obviously those are doing platforms get this particular weapon. No. Speaking of Widowmaker, I think I kind of mentioned earlier, it's speaking tracers and stuff. Yeah, the Widowmaker is basically just a copy-paste, like, minigun, like the Day 1 minigun. But it has, like, laser tracers instead of, like, actual, like, full-on bullets, basically. Which, yeah, basically is the same thing, except, yeah, the tracers are bright red and therefore much more noticeable at night, which is kind of a disadvantage, unfortunately. Depending on like, how you look at it, I guess. But still, it's flashy and it's also online exclusive versus the basic Widowmaker, which is, or versus the basic minigun, which you also have in story mode, obviously. So, kind of just a small little reskin. The minigun's already really good, depending on like what situation you're using it for. So, obviously, since that's the case for the regular minigun, I feel the Widowmaker's, if anything, just slightly a better version. Or worse, depending like if you want to get spotted at night or not, in, like PvP or anything. You know, like spotted in general, really. But yeah, the Widowmaker is 40% off, the only like non-30% off discount for the whole event. But you do need the Plus subscription for the 40% off discount on the Widowmaker, otherwise it will be normal price regardless or whatever for anybody has some PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, and newer platforms for those that don't have the subscription, of course, for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, HS, PC, and scores. And then for throwables. Throwables. Yeah, the gun van exclusive retail available Molotov cocktails. Absolutely a good one to have at the gun van since it's the only place where you can actually like full on buy them. Then from there you have the basic explosive throwable, the grenades. Grenades being the basic explosive throwable. Is an alright thing, obviously, since it is pretty lethal if you use it right, of course, or whatever, but still. And then tear gas. Tear gas is good for room clearing, basically, so. Does have its uses, even if it's not necessarily a thing used the most of any of these throwable weapons in the weapon wheel, of course. And then obviously from there you have body armor. I don't think they listed, but there always is pretty much body armor anyways. You don't really list nowadays on Newswire, but I'm sure it's still a thing. Alright, so time for the HSW time draw, 2 minute 53-second part time apparently, for HSW run alternates for Team GT apparently. Alright, stream's still going fine, it seems, so awesome. Yeah, I might as well get this out the way, I feel now, so I can just focus on the survival, quite frankly. And the train has to be in a way, go figure, but still I got a place around. It's actually just not a really big deal, my bad. So I didn't just have to rage here, I guess, then, but still annoying as fuck that happened, but not this time. Honestly, about timing now. Okay, that actually didn't work too terrible for first attempt. Okay, I'll try it. Could have definitely went better if I got luckier, but again, like I explained, it does take some patience to get it good, usually, unfortunately, so I might as well just try, I feel. Motherfucker, are you kidding me? Okay, I'm redoing that one, really? God. It was going so good too, and then that just happened. Like really? Bruh. Absolutely pitiful. Like, for real. And of course it goes even worse now, wonderful. Oh wow, of course, whole side got broken last second as well. Bruh. Look, I did like a whole 360 somehow. Was gonna go a bit further up there, but I just really wanted to try to make sure I could beat the train. If it's even around here, I forget. Felt like it though, but no, I'm just hearing that one, I guess. God, are you kidding me, dude? I hate this fucking beginning, like, shortcut shit, I really do. Unfortunately, never goes good a lot of times. So it just requires, like, immense patience, or, like, getting it just right, or, like, whatever. As I spin out, of course. Again. Really, I hate this beginning shortcut on this one, God, gotta stop going towards that bush, huh? Not necessarily the most possible thing to do, though, I feel, with how, like, crowded it is in this area and shit, but whatever. Okay, that works, I guess. Didn't necessarily go the way I expected, but that does work fine, I guess. Alright, attempt number 2. Hopefully this actually goes somewhere, hopefully, without all these damn cars in the way. The worst spots possible and everything. Alright, seems to be cleared up better now. At least that's good. That we made it further, it seems. Okay, Wow, I'm surprised that these vehicles haven't been as in the way, even if I have to be going out the way to hella brake and shit, I feel. Oh my god, what the fuck? Huh? I don't care how that happened, but okay. Okay. Yeah, gotta be careful where the GPS gets all finicky and stuff. Fortunately. Just gotta make sure I know where I'm going, which usually I do, but there was that one time more recently-ish I kinda forgot, I think. I'm going the right way, right? I hope so. Oh my god, I don't think I am actually. Yeah, I think I went too far. God damn it. It really. Yeah, I went too far. God damn it. And of course, court scores. God damn it. Ah, come on. Really, dude? I got one headlight left, really? That's sad. Come on. Actually pathetic, man. Wow. God, I hate this fucking bullshit, though. Seriously. That seems to be lined up as good as that other time. Or not. You know, like some goddamn dead tree or some shit. What the fuck? Guess I didn't go as far as that one. God damn it. Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Bruh. Spin out again. Yeah, why the fuck not? Like, seriously. Bruh. God, what kind of fucking shit it should be hitting every damn time randomly. Alright, I kept it kind of full throttle that time, so it'd be more like the one! Alright, come on, let's go, go! I don't know how the hell we hit that. Probably because of the absolute utter shit lap time as that is, huh? Handling or some shit. Alright, surprisingly, maybe. Really? Again? Fucking goddamn it, you stupid goddamn bro. Stupid COVID or some shit, bro. Assuming I still have that bullshit. God damn, this fucking game is a bitch. Honestly. I feel it's been like 10 minutes of attempts at this point. Fucking Christ, checking the home menu and stuff all after all. Alright, that kinda worked, I guess. So thanks. Oh my god, never mind, your shitty boat trailer shit. I'm restarting this one. What the hell? god. Fucking boat trailer, bro. I thought that shit was saving me, but then eventually it just got too much in the way. Go figure. Fucking fuck-ass boat trailer, dude. Like, what the hell? God, that was the shittiest timing in the world, wasn't it? For a goddamn boat trailer to be in the way. Oh my god, bro. My god, it's enough this goddamn fucking game won't let me get this shit for shit. And you got an itch right now, you fucking goddamn leg, like fuck. God, never fucking know to trust this shitty game anymore. This shit, I fucking swear. I'm surprised this is going as good as it is right now. Holy shit, actually, man. Actually, man. Fucking damn it. Don't know how good it's going anymore, though. I feel I'm going too slow at parts. It's a fuck-ass game, though. Honestly, though. This way, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I meant to do, I believe, that first time. Quite frankly, I could have been done with this so long ago, possibly. If I did that right, of course. Of course. Goddamn gigantic ass garbage truck in the way now. Going out the way for that braking there sure helped. Move. Alright, good. Actually, not a lot of bulky vehicles there, at least. I was really lucky, because I feel oftentimes there is a bunch of bulky vehicles in the middle of the bridge. I have like 30 seconds, that's a lot to work with, it seems. Awesome. Around here, obviously. Hella stripper just in case. Before I even hit in the red, let's go. Kind of mixed up, I guess, for all the bullshit. Maybe. Alright, it's $252,000. Got me 15,967,000. And then 408. Maybe I could hit 60 million with a survival. Hopefully. I might actually be taking a bit of break though, by the way, because I need to kind of get on go here, I guess, briefly, actually, before a new season starts. Kind of wanted to claim some extra Stardust, like a goat pass thing or something. So I'll be back in a bit, maybe it'll be another 15-ish minute break, just cause, why not? That's the most the game will let me have, really, of course. Starting now, maybe. And plus, I do have to charge my phone, but I don't think that really matters at this point, because, like, I just have to survival at this point. Because, yeah, I don't think I'm doing Community Combat Series, since matchmaking doesn't really work in Violinion. Community combat series I'm not doing anyways because matchmaking doesn't really work in Violent by the way anyways. Just to clear things up. bad. Controller's charging randomly again? Weird. Even though I didn't even plug it in again, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, but yeah, sorry about that all. I was finishing stuff in Pokemon Go. I actually found a new shiny Pokemon though that I didn't have before though. When I actually been hunting for a while for a shiny Drober though. It's actually worked out actually. God, shiny was really hunting for actually. So that worked. That worked. So yeah, sorry about that wait. Yeah. Yeah, again, survival is obviously right. Oh, well, that's 2 times, obviously. I mean, definitely time to start on this. Again, sorry for the long wait. I was just super tired and stuff. Could probably got to this in the 4-hour point, of course, instead. Usually, if I weren't so tired. Oh, or like, hold on, actually, since they did the ammo change, I did want to buy some heavy sniper ammo. I think that's one ammo type I definitely do want to buy. If I remember correctly, I might have used it during like the Titan job or something one time. I might have actually, and just never remember to replenish it or something. If I'm remembering right, actually. Once I do that, I think I'm good though. Of course, MOC, because that was the original property thing. They even have the thing, of course, for the weapon workshop, for the weapons, of course. Oh shit. Okay. Trying to just figure out how the hell I'm getting to this fucking thing now. For real though. I think I'm kinda going the right way. Yeah. Kinda. I'll be an overly complicated way of doing it. Probably, but like, I don't know if there was much more of a time efficient way to do it, quite frankly. Because after all, I'm trying to kind of make up, of course, but it's sleepy as fuck, of course. I don't think that'll happen as easily once I actually have like a bunch of fun going on and not a bunch of explaining. Yes.
What's up, Chief? Oh, this section, very popular with our Mexican mafia clientele. Check it out.
Okay, gonna despawn it, of course now. It's Peter now, motherfucker. That's right, that's right, that's right. Yeah, I think all my significant heavy weapons and stuff are all replenished, like full on ammo. Supposedly, again, the ammo doesn't actually get taken away in survivals anymore, so the money fronts update apparently was a change they decided to make, I believe, for all survivals, like I was saying earlier, so supposedly I should be able to have all of it if I want to use up. Basically, I would assume that. I would assume it includes Mark II ammo. I hope it doesn't just include like ammo you buy from it, like the lobby screen. I would hope not, of course, but yeah. If I do need to use explosive never ammo, I guess I might. Use a locker, unarmed, equipped. Check my stream a bit more here, just in case. Just in case. Yeah, honestly, whatever, though. I don't know if I cared to read it yet, really, honestly. Like, honestly. Because I know it's been a while, obviously, falling asleep and shit like crazy. I've napping like crazy and shit again, like the last bunch of ass times and stuff. What better thing to do than a strickler? So you get the map, I think, when you do that, like the North Yankton one, of course. The way one will be Child's Play, I'm sure. Okay. I destroyed Beater, goddamn. Oh shit. But I think I know Gilly Master recommended us to steam full, but I'm just gonna do partial anyways, honestly, like I usually do. Whatnot. So, okay, is that the Panther guy? Probably a wave 1 Panther person. Guessing. Undead Panther trainer. Yup, it was. Okay, that might be the musket one, it seems. It seems. Oh shit. Oh wait, you can't lock on this one. Maybe not. Have to melee that one. It seemed. Destroyed a squatty or something. It seems. That's a red trail. That might be another Panther one there. Yep. Oh shit, what's that one there? Oh, that's the splitter one, okay. How's that one I was explaining crazy, of course, earlier. Oh, Jesus, I hate these splitter ones, dude. Holy shit. God damn, how many times are they gonna split again or something? Oh, God. God. Alright, musket one somewhere. Seems. God damn. Fucking splitters, though. Since the splitter shit, fucking. Oh, come on, to reload. God damn it. That might be it, actually, over there. Oh, fuck. Kinda hit me there, maybe? Maybe. God damn it. Hopefully our splitter's done. Okay, good. Undead splitter final stage. Okay, goodness. Finally, man. Okay, there's still one more somewhere. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. I'm aware where this fucker is, damn it. Undead Conquisitor or whatever the fuck. Enter the Stafford, okay. You have a Stafford of all things. Like English Days vehicle or some shit? I'm not really sure. There was a Stafford actually on the DJ request actually, so I wonder if it would have been the one from that actually. Interesting though. But yeah. Takes you different areas, I guess, per out. Maybe it's 2 ways on average for an area or something. But did I even get the option for in this ways? I forget though. I forget though. Oh shit. Picked up some gun randomly? Okay. I want a random bullpup rifle. Get out my inventory, bro. Have better weapons already anyways. Probably on the car, I'm guessing, right? Maybe. Could prove to be useful if I somehow could. Oh shit, that might kind of work actually. No, it eventually kicks you off. Oh, God, okay. Oh shit, I almost killed me too. Yeah, I already do a pretty good job without. God. Fuck these boars, bro. Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh shit, oh god, these fucking boars. Goddamn heavy, dude. Oh shit, he almost killed me actually. Dude, can I get some cover? What the shit? I got shot by one. Bruh. Fuck this game. Fuck this game, man. Yeah, I gotta not try and camp, I guess, and fucking whatever, I guess. Whatever. Fucking guess. Oh shit, okay. That's cool. Kind of does that kind of thing. I think that's how you kind of get thrown off the island, right? Like if you get like caught a bunch of times in the finale, if I remember right. I don't think it's ever happened to me personally, but I think from what I've heard, it happens like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this is gonna go, honestly, but whatever. Maybe try focusing on the salt chocolate instead, maybe would be better, maybe. Don't actually have a check mark on that? Or just not have a check mark on it, or did the game just be all, or was the game all weird there or something? Not really sure, honestly. I don't see an option for this waves, but apparently there is. Maybe you have to like get through wave 10 first of all or something. Like how Perico Survival, your favorite holiday destination, just came down with a deathly case of party fever. As if a major narco-trafficking island wasn't dangerous enough, it's now been overrun by the undead. And maybe it's the drugs or the tropical climate, but this time they've got a whole lot weirder. Cut through the hordes. Make your way to the airfield and pray. Your evacuation plane doesn't take too much longer. Welcome to the tourist trap. Okay. I think I was all correct there. Sorry, it's a bit still at times there, but yeah. Body be fucking me up or some shit, I think. Try assault shotgun, I guess, this time. I missed somehow. Oh boy. Oh, there's a panther again? Okay, right. So far it's seeming very similar to what's appearing for me, at least. People kind of maybe say it's kind of random or something, supposedly, though. I'm not sure that's all true, though, but yeah. Okay, there was this panther one. I wonder. The panther one to the left, of course. That's alright, get wrecked. Oh, you're hiding out or some shit. No. Oh shit, panther. Fuck. I hate y'all motherfucking panthers, bro. Yeah, make y'all trip, man. Ah, fucker. Sneaking from behind, man. Damn it. panther one. Still. Damn, these panthers are fucking me, dude. Fucking panthers, bro. Damn your ass. $870. Yeah, I probably deserve that shit. Fuck ass panthers, bro. Cause I really want to do this kind of thing every single time, bro. Come on. Come on. Fucking get it, man. That's what happens when you get kicked off the island. God damn. Fuck ass game, boy. Hate goddamn panthers, boy. Never knew I could hate panthers until now. Now. Alright, now actually probably has a goddamn check mark on it, okay. Don't know why it didn't happen like that the first time, but whatever. Whatever. Okay, you don't get a map, I guess. I'm guessing probably not, because it's kind of Perico, of course. Not the usual kind of map. As long as I don't see no panthers, I might be found the shotgun. Maybe. Hope, of course. Oh, yeah, okay. Cayo, before you could even do shit. No time. That's right. This motherfucker ass, bro. Hey, y'all panther ass motherfuckers. Fuck, die. Fuck yeah. Damn, with some more ammo than I would have thought there. Damn it. Fuck this game, boy. Boy. Eventually, it seems to show you kind of like some guidance to the special ones. It seems eventually, at least. So cool. Oh, cool. I got the panther fucker right away. That might actually help immensely, actually, compared to the last time. What's happened before? I forget. It was like one later on that got me hard. Might have been the case, unfortunately. shit. Fuck y'all. I gotta get this fucker. Ow. Fucking ass. Why it took away my fucking armor. Basically. Yeah, fuck you. Again. What if I just went on foot, boy? Yeah, ghost staffer, so if I'm just driving himself or some shit, some shit. Yeah, they do eventually kick you off the vehicle, though. I'm surprised. It's kind of what happened on the North Yankton one, anyways. But yeah, screw this random bullpup rifle. What the fuck? Get out of here. Okay, I can't cover if I need help. Okay. Seems. I want for some boars. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was about to say, I remember there being a third mother fucking one. Damn it. Oh, sheesh. Ah! Move. Oh shit, this kind of one. Oh shit, it's fully undead. I remember that one, I think, from the North Yankton one, of course. Wow. Like I was so focused on my health, fucker. Oh. It's not one with the goddamn gun. Fuck you. Alright, yep. Another one that's gonna be at least 2 ways. Yeah, I probably should wait on that, unfortunately. Oh, a Strickler shows up on this. It's cool. Probably, obviously, only on the PlayStation 5, especially its Xbox PC and so I doubt they would let it be, like, in the survival for the 8th gen version, surely then, and then... So I assume those just don't show up on the version, of course, right? Ah. Oh, fuck these floating ass fuck. Yeah, apparently doing nothing with melee is actually some of the best ways to do it. By the way. Move! Damn. The hell? I wasn't even like moving that hard. Jeez. Oh, I got it for one of them entirely, but there's another one anyways. Fuck. Panther motherfucks. Panther motherfucks. Fuck. Ah! Damn Panthers. shit, the mage one or some shit. Fuck out of here. For more health, God, I hope there's more health around somewhere near it. Oh shit. I'm literally whipping you, motherfucker. Ah! I'm dead. Wow. Bruh, fuck this box. Damn it. I got for free, like, ways, honestly. I could strike for your out situation, honestly, if I want to be done. Like, god damn it. Game's a bitch, anyways, boy. Get to show, like, general mechanics and stuff of it, anyways, but just want to be done, like, honestly, though. Honestly, though. 8,700 for that. Yeah, you definitely gotta go like Callahan on the fucking goddamn fucking like minigun or some shit. That's what Gillian was recommending or some shit and stuff. Saving it more for later rounds and stuff though, I think. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm going to be done with the stream though, cause like if I'm just gonna keep dying that early on, it's not gonna be too worth it. And yeah, I could use different weapons, but yeah, honestly, I'm fine with just a taste of it. I'll be around next event anyways, so like, if I want to do more of it on a stream, I can do it next time anyways. Probably playing off stream anyways too. Like actually like crazy though. Maybe then I'll learn how to do it, of course, for later. Or like for next stream, of course, then like just relying on going in blind, of course, like I kinda did. So honestly, yeah, I think I am gonna be done here, yeah. Happy just came for free ways, honestly, when unfortunately the later survivals there's like no like cheese spots and stuff, like something like nuclear silo survival having like hella cheese spots, for example. Stab City survival I think had cheese spots until they nerfed that one, I believe. Yeah, Stab City I think I remember had like a bunch of cheese spots, I think, until they nerfed the hell out of that one, if I remember right. So you don't really get ones of cheese spots anymore. It seems they seem to have mastered how to not have like cheese spots. Like Perico, yeah, is a pretty. That might be a pretty flat map, unfortunately, though. And yeah, the newer survival is like North Yankton, and that one, yeah, they like kick you off of objects if you try to stand on something, of course, unfortunately. So like, yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of the newer ones, I'll be honest. Aside for the interesting zombie like enemies, like yeah, that part makes it some of the coolest. But in terms of like strategizing, it's just using your best weapons and not like everything like that you can think of to like try not to get attacked at all or whatever. Like you could do on the older ones, I feel. If that makes any sense. Yes. I think that's true. If I'm gonna be it for this stream, though, hope you enjoyed. Next stream, I think will be. Yeah, next stream, I think yes. By the way, will be Red Dead Online. Sadly, doesn't sound like there was any new content though. It sounded like, but yeah, that's probably next stream though. That'll financially be it for the stream though. Yes. Hope you enjoyed.